Good morning. I'd like to call to order the July 5th, 2023 City Council meeting. Let the record reflect that all City Council members and city officials are present or in the building. If you would please stand now and join us for the invocation followed by the pledge, and if you are wearing a hat, please remove it.
Shall we pray? Heavenly Father, yesterday we celebrated the 247th birthday of our nation, which was founded upon being one nation under God. You have truly blessed us. Father, we have fallen short so many times, but you continue to love us. Father, we pray that the divisions in our country be healed, and we know that the nation needs to turn back to you, and you will do the rest. Father, your word says in 2 Chronicles 7:14, if my people who are called by my name shall humble themselves and pray, seek my face, then I will hear them from heaven. I will forgive their sin. I will heal their land. Lord, we pray for the decisions that the council makes today be pleasing to you and the people of Punta Gorda. It's in the name of our Lord and Savior we pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Carlo. Okay, we have no proclamations or presentations this morning, so we'll move on to public input. And before we do so, I do have some housekeeping notes I would like to read into the record. If you have personal devices with you today, please make sure they're silenced or turned off, as this meeting is being recorded and it disrupts the proceedings when phones go off during the meeting. Excuse me. There's a code of conduct in the council chambers. Members of the public should familiarize themselves with the rules. Members of the public who wish to address the council should use the guest podium at the center of the room. The podium to the right of the stage is for staff and applicant presentations only. Speak directly into the microphone and begin by stating your name for the record. If it is a quasi-judicial hearing, please also state that you have been sworn in. Each person will have 3 minutes to speak, and sharing minutes is not permitted. Speakers are to direct all comments to the City Council, not the audience or any one individual council member. Discussion between speakers and members of the audience is not permitted. When there are many individuals who wish to speak on a specific subject, speakers should try not to reiterate lengthy comments made by others to ensure an effective and efficient meeting. This ensures everyone has an opportunity to speak. Audience and speakers will be courteous in their language and presentation. No applause, sidebar conversations, or booing before, during, or after each speaker. And please refrain from talking in the audience during the meeting. If you have supporting documents you wish to have displayed during the meeting, you must provide a copy to the city clerk, which becomes part of the permanent record and will be retained by the clerk's office. And finally, the citizens' comments portion of the meeting is not intended to be a question and answer session. This is for citizen comments only. Council members should refrain from answering impromptu questions or debating issues with members of the public. And so the next item of agenda is if there is anyone in the audience who has submitted a resume for consideration on a board or committee seat and you would like to introduce yourself, please come to the podium and state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes. No one? Okay. All right, then we will open up the floor for public comment. If anyone wishes to address council on any issue, please come to the podium, state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Patty Allen, General Manager of Fisherman's Village, and I would like to have a huge big thank you to the Punta Gorda Police Department, Punta Gorda Fire Department for helping us yesterday at our fireworks display. It was an incredibly hot day. Thank you, Michael Haymans, for not sponsoring the non-event event Freedom Swim, but it was an incredible day. It was a very, very hot day, and it was through the teamwork of the city and all of my staff that pulled off an event that was a beautiful event. So just wanted to say thank you to everyone that participated. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, and I'd like to also call out Officer Gross and Officer Gray for their diligence in removing a little critter from the sewer drain last week, which was became local news on the 11 o'clock news. But thank you for going out and rescuing the little baby alligator out of the sewer grate. Okay, is there anyone else that would like to address council? Please come forward.
Hi, Jeff Lustig here. You learn a lot from attending these meetings, and I learned that golf carts, even though they can be street legal, are against the law in the county of Charlotte, in Charlotte County, unless they have an exemption for being like a Babcock Ranch or small little communities. And few people, I was all set to buy one originally when I moved down here. Instead, I bought an electric car. But most people think that it's legal, but I got a great email from our chief, and she's against having golf carts on our roads, and I respect her decision because of her professionalism and what she knows about traffic flow, which I know nothing. It's been a great 2 years of learning. I originally came in front of the council about an ordinance, and I've learned so much about how the town operates and how professional they are. The city attorney has been great. I respect his opinions very much. And he has many more opinions that he's going to have to decipher with the new Supreme Court rulings. It'll affect how you hire people about affirmative action. And it also, with the LGBTQ, the gay rights, them losing their rights to be discriminated against in businesses because of free speech rulings. It's a sad day for that. There are some people who would deny other people their basic rights to live. And I'd just like to tell you a quick story that after they freed the camps in Auschwitz, the homosexuals who wore the pink triangles still had to go back to jail under German law. And that law was not overturned until 1996. So that's something to think about. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, good morning, City Council and everybody in the chamber. We have more rights and freedom in the United States of America than any country. I don't see anybody having their rights stepped on or abused. And if I want to wear my hat in this chamber, I will do so. I see another man and I see somebody who works for the city wearing a hat in here all the time. My grandfather is resting in Column K in Arlington National. He served at Midway, Pearl Harbor, Battle of Coral Sea. My uncle decorated Purple Heart, Vietnam.
Sir, please address the council.
I'll address the council. So we're here talking about 100-foot tall buildings again, I see. And I was here 6 weeks ago, and one of the city council members who I voted for highly suggested that you write a letter supporting DeSoto County, like the city of Northport, like Charlotte County, like DeSoto County. If you all think building height is more important than the safety of drinking and bathing water, then I would highly recommend you resign or step off the dais. There isn't anything more important than drinking and bathing water. And Governor DeSantis, you have seriously let us down by signing SB 1191, using phosphogypsum radioactive waste to build roads in Florida. 15 miles from this chamber, in 2025, Mosaic wants to put a beneficiation plant. Every day they're going to discharge 1 to 30 million gallons into Horse Creek. Currently, they're discharging up to 27 million gallons a day. Times that by 7 days. How much acidic wastewater is in our river? But you all want to quibble about height. You know, I saw Malibu, California destroyed. I've seen Pacific Palisades overdeveloped. I've seen Beverly Hills. My father was one of the top management consultants in this country. Did you ever pick up the phone at your house and have Arm & Hammer on the other end saying, I'm coming up in about 10 minutes to go over the numbers with your father? You are doing a big disservice to our city. The development, the building height, leave it where it is. It's perfect. Fisherman's Village is perfect. Don't ruin it. And if you don't want to start getting on the water quality, then step off the board. You want to continue on the building height? Get off the board. We don't need you.
Good morning, Bob Fritz, Berkshire Isles. I don't know where this 80 feet plus rooftop equipment, one parking space per unit, where is that coming from? Even residential happy, density happy, Dover Coal hasn't come close to those requirements. The highest they went is 75 feet, and at the most 48 units per acre. This is crazy. And, you know, the parking problem, well, let me say this. People are talking about this live local law. If I were you, I'd have the city attorney look into this because it affects Punta Gorda a little bit differently than it does counties and other municipalities, because Punta Gorda has more than 80% residential as opposed to commercial. Any residential use would have to be a mixed use under that law. Parking. People are looking at the event center. You had a meeting with the city commissioners. That was a big topic. If you think the parking garage at the event center is going to take care of the parking at Marketplace, you have another thing coming. Both Commissioner Truex and Commissioner Doy said, we're not going to build a parking garage to house the parking for the Marketplace property. It has to handle its own property. They're not stupid. They see what they're writing on the wall. So again, where is all this coming from? Could it be from your staff? You know, your chief planner a year ago at a planning commission meeting said that there was a 32-year stated goal of pushing as much development, new development, into this area as possible. He also said the city would prefer to have as large a building as possible because it would maximize taxable value of those lots so that we could pay for infrastructure, city services, police, fire, and I guess his salary. It's crazy. It's just crazy. You know, again, I don't know where it's coming from, but I'm suspicious. So I looked, and I looked at the campaign finance reports that are available on the website. Right now, 3 realtors have donated to the council member running for re-election. $1,000 from one, $500 from another, and $150 from another. 2 of those are on Marion Avenue. I'm not going to draw any conclusions. I'll leave it to the people to draw their own conclusion. But something is not right. Thank you.
Wendy Mueller. You know, an attorney is a funny person. You hire them because you believe in them, because you believe what they think or what you think they'll pull judgment on and give you the best advice available. Keep that in mind, because they do what you've told them to do. And if you have poor judgment and they're representing you, then shame on you. Mr. Levine has done nothing at all except represent this city in the way you've asked him to. Please keep him where he is. Thank you.
My name is Mike Polk. You have shown by your unanimous support for 100-foot buildings at a density of 60 units per acre that you trust developers and their advocates more than you trust the tax-paying citizens that elected you. Despite hearing from hundreds of people that moved here for the small town charm and feel of Punta Gorda, you are promoting densities that have never been allowed in the city on what's left of our commercial land that will ultimately result in high-rise condominiums with little, if any, commercial development, which was supposedly your goal for a more balanced tax base. With the current LDR proposal, you are giving up control of what is to be developed and are providing the landowners acquiring sites in these areas with investment-backed expectations, enabling them to prevail in any potential litigation against the city. The city marketplace site, which is the city center of Punta Gorda, will ultimately end up as a 300-unit condominium with little or any commercial space. This site has historically been the center of town, with the Charlotte Harbor Hotel originally on the site and then the Punta Gorda Mall. There's currently less retail space per capita downtown than there was in the early 1980s, and you're ensuring that what is left will be developed with multifamily condominiums. We don't need more condominiums. The baby boomer generation is the wealthiest in U.S. history. These Americans born between 1946 and 1964 are responsible for our overpriced market, and they will ultimately cause its decline. The oldest boomers born in 1946 will turn 78 next year, which is the average life expectancy in the United States, and the decline will begin. By the end of the decade, over 25% of the boomers will be gone, and the generations behind them have substantially less wealth. The 300-plus unit condominium you're basically approving will take years to permit and build, and likely 5 or more years to sell out. So any development on the site will be impacted by this shift in demographics. We need mixed-use development downtown, not residential condominiums. There are existing vacant multifamily parcels all over the city for that type of development. The fallacy that a live local developer is going to buy the parcels downtown and develop them with low-income housing is ridiculous. Live local requires 40% of the residential units to be affordable for a period of 30 years. You can't afford to pay $9 million for the city marketplace site for affordable housing. It's not feasible. However, these densities you are approving may be replicated by live local developers that build within a mile of these projects on cheaper parcels. The purpose of live local is to provide cheap land for affordable housing. The bottom line is the owner of city marketplace can't justify their asking price with the existing allowable densities in place. So you are changing the LDRs to accommodate them. You need to start listening to taxpayers who care about Punta Gorda, and not investors and developers and their advocates that are only interested in maximizing their profits to the detriment of the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to address council on any issue? Seeing no one come forward, we will now adjourn as city council and reconvene as the CRA. Morning. Okay, we are now in session as the Community Redevelopment Agency. The first agenda item is citizen comments. If there's anyone that would like to address the commission on any issues on this agenda only, on the CRA agenda only, you can come forward and state your name for the record, and you will have 3 minutes. Okay, seeing no one. The next item is the approval of the minutes from the June 7th meeting.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and 2 seconds to approve the minutes from the June 7th, 2023 meeting. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next is the CRA project status report. Mr. Murray.
Thank you very much. We'll talk about the marina a little bit. You can see from the municipal marina activity that usage over last year, of course, is down. When you look at the annuals, we have 14 that are in there, even down through the moorings. We still have 3 on the mooring balls. And of course, we have a lot of work to do to the marina to bring it back to full functionality with the engineering report that is being compiled and then putting that out to get all the necessary repairs completed. We have 13 monthlies that are in there right now. We still have a couple liveaboards that are, of course, as is intended for the marina use, and the community room we're still using for public space for offices, pending repair of our annex building. So heat, rain, whatever the case, we do have less usage of the marina this month over last and over last year, of course, but still widely used and still have a lot coming and going. We still have a lot of people coming in on the day docks and a lot of usage there that the marina management company is actually facilitating. So when we look at our pump out vessels, you can see in June, we had about 1,290 gallons. June of last year, we had much more than that. Of course, there was much more usage. Last month, we had about 2,000 gallons. You can also see that the Florida vessels for the quarterly reporting were 203 vessels, so over 200 vessels and almost 6,000 gallons that were pumped in this quarter that helps protect our water quality and the harbor. To talk just about some of the highlights of the meetings or the projects, we did have, of course, the full project list that's available for review. We haven't gotten to reconfiguring that project list yet, like we talked about, but we're going to be working on that. But to talk about City Hall a little bit, the architects have had some staffing change. We've met on site with the new staff members on June 26th. They've reviewed the current project conditions. 90% plans could be delayed, some simply because they're looking at our HVAC systems. The HVAC system that they found in the two buildings, of course they're connected, are more of an HAC, heating and air conditioning, not so much the ventilation component. So when you're looking at an amount of fresh air that should be introduced into buildings so that you can turn over the air in the building and not have sick building syndrome, they have to go back and look at the total systems, and that's going to take a little bit of time, but we're still hoping that we can have the CMAR budget estimate by August 23rd or soon thereafter, so we're still generally on track with that, and that'll give us the numbers that we need for council to review and approve the project moving forward so that we can actually get started and make some things happen there. The Harbor Walk project, I thought I hit it twice. The construction's been completed. As-built plans have been submitted to SwiftMud, waiting for the final certification on that, and that project is complete, which is a nice thing to be able to say. Looks very nice. It's been a long time coming. So with the AC Freeman House, we have the minor modifications approved for SwiftMud for our drainage. We're looking at still 90% plans anticipated by August, and that'll give us the total cost. Then we can begin discussing some of the presentations that the historic groups have put together with people that have managed historic properties, what the use is going to be, get that on the street and try to get that construction complete as well. Of course, we have a grant for that that's almost $500,000, and the rest is currently funded at the anticipated cost. So when the 90% plans come in, we'll see how that bears out, and again, try to get that project started. You'll see the whole complex of the government center, the perimeter will be fenced in with some of the fencing that we've had on the books for quite some time. That will help secure the site during construction, prevent people from wandering on and off, help prevent some of the lawsuits we've had for people coming in and tripping. Even though you're tripping over a parking block at 2 in the morning, it's still, I guess anyone can sue for any reason. So we're going to help secure that site, but as a construction site, we'll need to make sure that we have everything locked down anyway, and that'll help do that. Lashley splash pad, that's one that won't come up on the screen. So Evidently not. Well, it's up on this screen, so I can see it. At this point, we are looking at, of course, that bid solicitation meeting was held on June 28th. We're looking at a new contractor for that. The last contractor we had in, of course, didn't have the proper licenses in Florida, and they defaulted. The one we had prior to that was to get started right after the hurricane. They had so much work that the subs they had for electric and water, some of the things that are primary in this project, pulled out because they could go make their millions somewhere else. So we've had contractor after contractor that splash pad hasn't been top of their list, so we're putting it back out. We're hopeful that at this point we'll get some good pricing back in, some interest, and get that thing started, but no guarantee yet until we see what comes back in from the bid solicitations as to what's happening. Let me just see if I can get this to start again. Okay. So Lashley Splash Pad, I already said that. Bayfront Center Advisory Committee will continue to meet. Their next meeting is Friday the 7th. They've had 2 meetings currently. They, of course, established their timeline to make sure it's back in the given defined time frame. They've looked at technical considerations for a building to be rebuilt, not just specifically on that site, but if indeed it should be somewhere else. There's a lot of information that they've seen as far as building planning, site planning, back to the Dover Cole presentation, a Weiler presentation. It's all online. It's out there. Anyone can get on the site and look at the information that's been presented to them and see what they're reviewing. Right now, they're getting up to speed on the historical perspective of the building and what some of the previous recommendations and plans have been and potentially where, and then they'll get into more of the discussion as to what they think it should be and where it should be and what they want to recommend to council. So their next meeting is Friday, July 7th. Obviously, they're open to the public if anyone's interested in listening to the deliberations.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Murray? Nope. Gary?
Just a comment.
I was going to say you have to have at least one. So.
I know I do have to have at least one. Just a comment. On the marina and the comparison between 22 and 23, I've been spending a lot of time on tourism and ups and downs. I do think there is some cause and effect between the big increase during COVID in the whole boating industry, and I think we're now seeing the backlash of not that many people boating because of the inflation, the cost of fuel, and I think we're seeing in the area overall downturn in tourism about 7%. So I think all of that's probably combined to impact the.
That's a good point.
And then one other one, the folks from the Learn to Sail program, I work with them off and on, and I can say they are so grateful for the ability to have that storage area for their equipment, so much so that they were able to conduct their summer camp program, and it's been very successful. So I think just send positive, good congratulations to the city for making that happen.
Well, thank you. We don't have much we can do, but we do what we can. Yeah. So just when you talk about fuel, I'll just throw an anecdote out there. There was a group of, it's like our Circle K's type places up north, and they put all levels of fuel on sale for $177.6 yesterday for 1776 Independence, and they had over 100 cars per station in line all day long to get fuel. But rolled it back to 1776 for Independence Day, so that was an interesting concept.
Okay, any
Thank
other input for Mr. Murray? Nope. Okay, and we have commissioner comments. Mr. Kuharski?
No comments.
Mrs. Peterman?
No comments.
Mr. Butler?
No comments.
And I have none. Ms.
No comment.
Mr. Driver?
No comments.
Okay, there being no further business, we are adjourned, and we will reconvene as city council. When we do the canal assessment, do we have to address? Yes, that's what I thought. Okay, the next item on our agenda is a quasi-judicial hearing. If there's anyone in the audience that plans to speak on this hearing, you will need to be sworn in, so please stand now and be sworn in.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
When you approach the microphone, state your name and indicate for the record that you have been sworn. Thank you. So this is V-01-2023, a request by Michael P. Haymans, authorized agent for Bright Space and Time LLC, property owner, pursuant to Chapter 26, Section 16.10 Punta Gorda Code, to construct a new pool deck, and screen enclosure with a 12.38-foot rear yard setback at the closest points, instead of a 15-foot rear yard setback, as is required by Chapter 26, Section 3.7 G4 Punta Gorda Code, at an existing single-family residential structure constructed in 1950, addressed as 310 Gill Street, Punta Gorda, Florida. Thank you.
Good morning, Lisa Hannon, zoning official, and I have been sworn. Staff would like to enter our staff report into the record in its entirety by reference. So this is a variance for a pool addition at 310 Gill Street. These are the existing conditions. And the request is for a new pool deck, and a new screen enclosure. The required rear yard setback in the zoning classification is 15 feet, and the proposed rear yard is 12.38 feet. So for the approval criteria, special conditions, circumstances exist. The property, the house was built in 1950. It met the code at the time of construction. The property is similar in size to others in the neighborhood residential zoning classification, and staff finds no special conditions or circumstances exist. The strict and literal enforcement of the land development regulations create an undue hardship. Physical disability may be considered where relevant to the request. What is proposed is a new pool deck, and screen enclosure. It's approximately 32 feet deep and 31 feet 2 inches wide. It creates a 12.38-foot rear yard setback. Staff does not believe it meets the literal criteria of hardship. Hardship not shared generally by others. Other properties have same configuration and setbacks. Staff finds hardship is not generally shared by others in the vicinity. The variance is not injurious or incompatible with the contiguous uses. Other properties have pools, pool decks, and enclosures compliant with the land development regulations. If approved, it should not be detrimental to the public welfare. Request is minimum modification to afford relief. The proposed addition is asking for a 2.62-foot deviation. It is considered minor. However, the pool could be redesigned to meet the required setback. Condition giving rise to the request: the current owner purchased the property in existing condition. The current owner requested the variance, so the request creates the non-conforming condition. The request does not involve a prohibited use, and pools and pool decks and enclosures are a permitted use, so it does not involve a prohibited use, and that the variance is consistent with the comprehensive plan. It is not in conflict with the comprehensive plan. So the property is located within the National Register Historic District. Any exterior modifications require certificate of appropriateness. The property was purchased in 2021 by an LLC out of Danville, Indiana. There was no registration for the LLC in Florida when we did the staff report. Based on the research, the property does not appear to be homesteaded. Conditions of approval, if approved: that the pool deck, and enclosure must be constructed by the current property owner. If the pool deck, and enclosure are not constructed by the current property owner, the variance would be extinguished. So Development Review recommended moving the request forward to Historic Preservation Advisory Board, Board of Zoning Appeals, and City Council. Historic Preservation Advisory Board on March 23rd approved the certificate of appropriateness for the proposed pool deck, and cage. Board of Zoning Appeals recommended approval with the following conditions: that the applicant shall obtain letters from all surrounding owners that they do not object to the variance, and the pool deck and enclosure must be constructed by the current property owner, Bright Space and Time LLC, or by Angela Tim, the registered member of Bright Space and Time LLC. Otherwise, the variance is extinguished. Based on the literal criteria for a variance outlined in the land development regulations, Urban Design staff recommends denial of the variance request.
Questions for staff?
So staff recommends denial, BZA recommended approval with conditions. What was their reason? I read through the material, I didn't see any reason for that.
I can't answer. I was not present at the Board of Zoning Appeals. I don't know what their reasoning was. That was, I know it was not unanimous. I know there was one gentleman, I read the minutes, glanced through the minutes, and one gentleman recommended denial. I don't know why they recommended approval.
Okay.
Bill, did you have something?
When I looked at it on Monday, I didn't see a problem with it. Nice backyard. I don't see why. I mean, obviously they could change it a little bit, but I really didn't see the problem when I looked at it, when I went and looked at it.
We should actually hear from the applicant.
Oh, I'm sorry. Good point.
For discussion.
Okay. Mr. Hammonds?
Because I'm going to hand some things out, I'd like to address you from there, if I may.
Sure.
Good morning. Thanks for your attention this morning. No reports of any losses on the Freedom Swim yesterday, so I just wanted to give that positive report. The reason that the recommendation for approval was made by both of the boards was because they believed that there were hardship and conditions that were met that justified this very minor adjustment, this minor relief from the code. My name is Michael Hammonds. I have been sworn. We have Brandon Popa here, who has been sworn, and Angela Timms, who has also been sworn. Ms. Timms is the principal of that LLC that for whatever reason, when she bought the property, she thought it was appropriate to put it in the LLC. Now that she's here, she realizes, whoops, I can't get homestead, but this is where her home is. And so she'll be going through that process. And that's why that second condition that the planning and zoning boards recommended is that it either has to be built by this LLC or by Ms. Timms, because we are intending for Ms. Timms to convey this property to herself in order to qualify for homestead next year. So a little bit of not understanding what that consequence of the LLC is, why it comes to you as an LLC as opposed to the woman who actually lives there. The woman who lives there has an autoimmune deficiency. She has, and she's pretty shy and not. She said that she'd have a heart attack if I asked her to get up and talk. But she will nod in agreement if you need. But she has an autoimmune deficiency. She can't be in the sun much because of it causes flare-ups in her skin. She's got a dermatitis that has that condition, and she's also because of that, her autoimmune deficiency, she needs to be careful of mosquito exposure and for the types of diseases, the mosquitoes that we're reading about just now, the malaria in Sarasota and such. And so she'd like a pool. Yes, the pool could be built without any variance, but she couldn't have the cage. Now, it'd be adjusted a little bit. And what we're going to see is the reason for the need to put the cage where it's been. She has acquired from, and I know that this is, testimony is better, but so this is hearsay that you can't base your decision upon, but she does have support from her adjoining neighbors on each side on Gill Street, and she has those that I'll submit to the clerk. Sandra Lewis at 314.
Michael,
Michael, you have to speak to, in the microphone.
From the Lewises at 314 Gill, and from the Williamsons at 302 Gill Street. This first photograph I'm going to show you is really, it gives it, this, there's going to be other photographs that are helpful, but this is the one that really tells the story. And that is, there's an L shape to this structure. If you'll look at the aerial, you'll see the main structure and then a long portion on the south side that's a bedroom. I think it was probably first developed as a garage, and then it got converted into a bedroom. But that was built in the 1950s. And the back wall, the easterly wall of that southern portion of the building is what I'm going to show you here. And I'm going to go ahead and pass those if I may. You can see it. It's not much to it. You can't see it very well from out there. So this is a 1950 structure, and the pool cage that we are requesting the variance for would meet at the end of that building, at the edge of the building. And so we have a part of the building that's the house that's already this 2.68 feet closer to the rear lot line than is allowed under current code. And so the existing building is already at where we want to put the cage. We're just looking to mirror the existing building and where it sits on the setback. And the reason for that, when you're looking at it, is if we move it in the 2.6 feet from that corner, then you're into the window. And so ultimately, in order to have the window look out onto it, have an opportunity one of these days maybe to put a door from that bedroom out into the area, it just makes good sense. Yes, this could be built with a cage pole running right down through the middle of the window, or coming inside it and making it smaller and taking away the opportunity. But what are we protecting ourselves from? This isn't an encroachment that it doesn't already exist in this backyard, and this backyard has lots of room between it and the adjacent home, and it's much larger area than the very close space that I'm going to show you on another photograph that the neighbor has. And so this is the driving force right here, is that this building that you're looking at, that edge, where the fence comes to it, that is exactly the distance that we're looking at on this, which is the 12 point, wherever I wrote that down, there it is, 12.38 feet off of that. And so we're only a 2.62 variance. And so 2.62 feet allows us to get to the out of the window and to the edge of the building. It makes good sense. If you were doing this yourself and there wasn't a requirement that said 15 feet, you would look at this and say, of course that's where that's supposed to go. And that's really one of the things variances are for, is that, yes, we have all of these objective criteria, but it's really where we give some relief in order to make sense out of a code that can't anticipate every circumstance. And so we get to come here and ask you to take it into consideration on a case-by-case basis. And I think that you're going to come to the conclusion, I pray that you are, that this makes good sense, that the cage should mirror and match up with the existing building that's already outside of the setbacks on the current code. Okay? The next photograph that I'm going to show you, and Brandon Pope is here, and he can help you with the understanding about the distances and how this all goes, but I got my discussion points from him, and so he's going to say the same thing I am, and that is that the cage really needs to match up in order to avoid some architectural features and to avoid that window. This next photograph that I'm going to show you, and ask Bill if you would pass that along too. This is of our next door neighbor. This is immediately to the north, and they have a pool without the cage. They have a pool without the cage. They've signed they've got one of the letters that says, yes, we are in favor of this variance. Please consider this variance. Well, the cage, when it comes, so I'm standing in the backyard. I took these pictures. And so I'm standing in the backyard where the pool and cage would be on that, the north side of the property, looking to the north at our neighbor's pool and fence area. And so where I'm standing on, and that tree is there, when I'm looking at it, it's on my right-hand side, so you can see that the tree. That's basically where that cage comes to and hits there. And so there's already, from a visual perspective on that north side looking back, that cage, the end of the cage would disappear in the behind the trees that are there. But it's very similar in condition to the pool that's already there, except they don't have the cage and they don't have the architectural features and the 1950 structure that we're trying to match. This next picture is intended to show the backyard immediately adjoining this property, the subject property. And so you can see this one has the wall that on the left side and then the fence. And so this is a really good perspective, and it helps you with that explanation that I just gave about where the pool cage support would end up on the far side. So if you take and once you get that, if you'll look, what we're asking to do is match the corner right here on the very left, the closest feature to us, right where the fence dead ends into it, and then it would go over to where those palm trees are. And so that gives you that perspective, and it also gives you the perspective about how much distance exists between the existing home directly to our east and the difference in scale and size of the homes that are to the north and east, and how they impact and how they crowd everything in there. And we're not going to have any kind of effect like that. There won't be any crowding that happens at all. And so what are we doing? There's been the fence, the property line is not this fence. It's not this white fence. The property line's another 5 feet further out to your right when you're looking there, because there's been an alley that's been vacated there. And so this graphic that I'm showing you shows that we're not going to be crowding, that it's not a detriment to the neighbors, and we've already discussed the need.
Michael?
Yes, sir.
If I might. Do you have many more exhibits to present? Because by all rights, we have rules that require you to pre-submit your exhibits so the city council can see them in advance as part of their
There's
preparation.
a few of these that were submitted in the application and should be part of the package. And so I think the very first one, I'm sure that it was part of the application package. The very first one that I showed you was, some of these are, as I learned about questions that people had at the other hearings, I went and did this. I only have one more, if I may.
I think the city's been generous in allowing you to present. Please wrap that up on
Okay.
things that weren't pre-filed.
All right. Well, suffice it to say, with the ones that you've got there, is that there's very tight circumstance. I really do need to let you see this one, if I may have the deference for just one more picture. Thank you. This is from the Virginia, from Olympia side, on the sidewalk on Olympia Avenue, just east of Brill.
Michael, let me stop you just for a moment. It looks like you gave us two different photos in this packet.
Just take the first one.
I don't know which is
I
the.
want you to see.
Okay.
Yeah. And all it does, and the purpose of this, is to show you that the existing pool on our neighbor's property immediately adjacent has a fence, then some vegetation, then a house very close that's significantly closer than any structure, any effect that we would have on our neighboring property owners. The property owner to the directly to the east is from out of town, and we were not able to get a letter, but they know of it and don't have any opposition. They would be here. They got the letter of notice. So we disagree with staff about whether we meet the criteria. I've been doing this a long time, and I hope that you recognize and accept some of my opinion as evidence. I have written significantly about variances and special exceptions. I've taught continuing legal education for credit, for zoning, variances, and special exceptions, and I've been doing this since 1983, and would ask that you accept my opinion testimony as an expert in this matter. This is so minor that it almost falls in some jurisdictions within administrative write-offs. Staff admits that it's minor. This isn't something that that I have been through with you here, variances across time. Staff has a standard position that the variances don't meet the criteria almost always if you're bringing it in with your own proposal. The hardship here comes from a condition, from a medical condition. We need the cage. That's the 1950s structure that already exists is a unique situation. We're just mirroring and matching that. It makes good architectural sense. It makes good medical sense, and is such a minor thing that please be generous in your consideration. This does meet the criteria, and I ask that you approve it. May I answer any questions, or do you have any questions for Mr. Popa or Ms. Timms?
I have questions, please.
Yes.
I just want for you to reiterate, if you do not get this variance, can there be a cage built around the pool? Yes or no?
I'd say yes.
Thank you.
So I had a similar question. It's actually for staff. So you had said that the cage could be built within the current code, and Mr. Hyman said that the cage would be built in the middle of the window on this picture. So how would staff recommend that the cage could be built?
Lisa Hannon, zoning official. For the record, I have been sworn. I'm not an engineer or an architect. I just know that there's room on the property that it could meet the current code as far as the engineering and the dynamics of how the cage would be built. I honestly can't answer that question because I'm not an engineer, I'm not a contractor. I can't say where it could be built or how it could be designed. There's just room on the that they could meet the setbacks.
Okay.
That was staff's opinion.
Okay. And Mr. Hyman agrees then that this cage could be built without the variance, so I guess that's not all that critical. I don't see where the hardship comes into play, because if we could build a cage, I don't see a hardship, and we haven't met all the conditions of the BZA recommendation. They said we need letters from all the surrounding, and we don't have all the surrounding, and I'm not so sure that just because they're not here that I would accept that as meeting the BZA criteria for approval.
Bill?
And I think it's part of my fiduciary responsibility is to go look at the property. That's what I did. This is so minor. I don't see the problem here. We're just talking about 2.5 feet in the backyard. I looked at it. To me, we've debated this a lot here now this morning, and to me it's
Can
minor.
I stop you there, please? Right now, we, we haven't even opened up the public hearing yet, so when we get to our
Okay.
discussion, we should talk about that.
So if I may, Brandon Popa, if you come up and explain what the problems that you would face if you had to build this cage at the code requirement, and what you gain by having this 2.5 feet relief, 2.68.
Absolutely. Brandon Popa, I have been sworn in. If we built to the property line, or the setback existing, it puts it in the middle of the window. If we were to bring it back past the window, we would lose 3.5 feet of buildable space that she currently has. The diagram that you look at behind you here on the screen, you could see where the window is. If we come down 6 inches to the side of that, it would run right through the middle of where the pool is for where we're requesting. So because of that window, by the time we bring that in, it just chops off, 3.5 feet of buildable space.
So, but can't you build a pool further over? I mean, it looked like there was plenty of room. I mean, you're going to put the pool someplace. You could put it in a more convenient place for the cage, couldn't you?
No, sir, because of the property lines, we're working everything there in that diagram is to maxing it out, ideally.
I think the question is, could you build a smaller pool?
It could be built, but it'd be more or less a spool at that point. We'd be reducing it beyond, your typical average size project. So.
Are there any other questions? Okay, thank you. Are you?
I'm concluded unless I have any questions that I can answer for you.
Okay. At this time, we will open up the floor for public comments. If you have been sworn in and would like to comment on this agenda item, please come forward. State your name for the record and that you've been sworn, and you will have 3 minutes. This is a public hearing. Does anyone wish to comment on this agenda item?
This is unsolicited. Mike Polk.
My name's Mike Polk. I live downtown. I'm a member of the Appraisal Institute. I hold a MAI, SRA, and I'm also a CCIM. Okay, I'm an expert. I've qualified for the federal bankruptcy court, county courts.
And have you been sworn in, sir?
I swear it now.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. The variance you're talking about, it's not going to have any impact on the abutting property owner behind them. It's a de minimis, okay? They've looked at it. You got a professional that designed it. I mean, I think that should be adequate. It's not going to have any impact on value to anybody around them, okay? So you're just making them jump through hoops. There's so many legal non-conforming uses downtown. What's one more? That's all I got.
Okay. Is there anyone else that would like to comment on this agenda item? Last call. Does anyone wish to speak on this hearing?
Move to close public hearing.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
If I might just make a couple of introductory remarks. On page 58 of your agenda packet is the staff's report, which actually includes the application. And the application identifies in paragraph 12 the 8 criteria for granting or denial of the variance. It's important that if you were going to consider denying the variance, that you identify in your motion or as part of your discussion which of the 8 criteria is not satisfied. The other preliminary remark I'd like to make is that whether or not there are objections from the neighbors is not relevant for your consideration. The 8 criteria is what's relevant. Otherwise, you could have neighbors who would object for reasons that aren't part of your criteria and not agree to sign off on a requested letter of no objection. So the fact that the neighbors could be here to testify against it if they desired and identify such things as it's incompatible with continuous uses. But again, don't consider in your deliberations as a factor one way or the other as to whether or not the neighbors have objected or filed letters of support, and it would be inappropriate for you to require as a condition that the applicant obtain letters of no objection from the neighbors. Thank you.
So how did the BZA get that in as a condition? Because that was their recommendation.
Because I wasn't there to advise them on this.
Okay, fair enough.
Well, personally, I'm looking through all of this information, and there are 5 of the 8 criteria that are not met in my estimation. And that would be number 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6 out of 8 criteria. I'm sorry that there is an autoimmune illness involved that unfortunately, that was not very well highlighted in the documents we received. But I do feel that since it doesn't meet 5 of the 8 criteria, that I'm not sure it should be approved. And I think based on the fact that the pool could be configured to fit within the current code, I think that speaks volumes as to what we should or shouldn't allow. We do have rules for a reason, and just because there are other existing conditions that have done similarly, it doesn't mean a precedent needed to be set or was set. So I'm a little concerned with all the continuation of variances that get allowed because it's a nice thing to do, and I don't think that's the reason why we should approve a variance. The variance must be approved on its facts and its information presented at the hearing. So, if it does get approved, I would insist that we include that the variance approval would be extinguished if the current owner does not build the pool and the pool cage as approved. If it
That's
gets approved.
acceptable.
If it's approved. So, that's my comments.
I agree with you, Mayor. There's, again, writing down hardships, 3, 6, 7. I don't believe that there is enough to give the variance. I understand that, yes, sometimes there are rules for a reason. We set that as a city, and as Mr. Levin said, we have to go by the criteria. I don't think enough of the criteria has been created a hardship necessarily to approve this. I am happy to hear, though, it sounds like this still can be built, this project can still go on, it just has to be changed a little bit, so.
Anyone else?
I just think we're being heavy-handed here. This is just my opinion. I think we're just talking about moving it from the middle of a window to the end of their house, 3.5 feet. I just don't see the problem. I obviously looked at it, so I kind of have a true visual of what that place looks like. I just don't see the problem, personally myself, I just don't.
Okay, any further discussion? Did we close the public hearing? We did, didn't we?
Yeah, we closed the public hearing,
Okay.
yeah.
All right, so we need a motion.
I move approval of V-01-23.
Is there a second? Motion fails for lack of a second. Someone else want to make a motion?
Do we have to make a motion?
You have to make a motion.
I will make a motion to deny. Is that appropriate? I know that it failed the first time.
And state the reasons why.
Yes.
Okay,
Thank
so I would make a motion to deny based on not meeting several of the 8 criteria.
Can you please identify specifically the ones that you had in mind?
Yes, and I just got out of it. Excuse me 1 second. I had mentioned
Yeah, I
several.
did.
Yeah, thank you. It'd be easier to find it there. Based on 6, 3, and 7 are the ones that I had seen.
Okay, is there a second?
I second.
We have a motion and a second to deny public hearing V-01-2023. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, our next agenda item, I have a little critter flying around here. The next agenda item is SV-01-2023.
Yes, and this is a legislative resolution. No public hearing is required, and I will read this resolution by title only. This is SV-01-2023, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Punta Gorda, Florida, declaring its intent to consider vacating a tract or parcel of land, 15.15 plus or minus acres, situated in the state of Florida, County of Charlotte, lying in Section 21, Township 41 South, Range 23 East, being part of the plat of the South Highlands, according to the plat thereof, as recorded in Plat Book 2, page 6, Public Records of Charlotte County, Florida, and being further bounded and described in Exhibit A, attached hereto and incorporated herein, requesting a recommendation from the Planning Commission, fixing a date of public hearing thereon, and providing an effective date.
Good morning, Lisa Hannon, zoning official. Don't have to be sworn on this one. So this is just the intent to vacate, a proposed plat vacation. We're in receipt of the application. The property is located between South Jones Loop Road and just north of Glasgow. The purpose of the vacation is to create a commercial subdivision with internal roads and parcels for sale. And as the design proceeds with their stormwater permitting and such, the applicant intends to submit a new subdivision application. This is the area. You can see that it is above it is a little bit north of what Seagrass is going to be and south of Jones Loop Road, adjacent to where the Aldi's property is. So we just recommend approval of the vacation.
Just before you do that, could I just reiterate that intent to vacate sends it to Planning Commission. Planning
Correct.
Commission reviews it, they make a recommendation back to council, and then council would determine vacation.
Yes, and that would be a quasi-judicial public hearing at that point.
So my question, just so I understand this correctly, that's a kind of a pre-platted commercial zone, and there's really no streets or anything there right now. All this is doing is allowing them to kind of wipe the slate clean and then replat this so that they could have appropriately sized plots, because what's there right now might not be appropriate. So this gives a little more flexibility to get more commercial development there sooner, sometime in the future, and there would be streets and other things as part of that new replatting, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
So there are streets on paper, there's lot lines on paper and everything there. So that's what they are vacating, just like when they vacated, or just like when the property owner for Seagrass, they vacated all those lot lines and all those streets. Some of them are just on paper. So we've got lot lines there, lots of small little parcels. That's what they're vacating, all that, and all the streets that are on paper, and then they will reconfigure that when they come back for their commercial subdivision.
So there are streets there now. Are those
There.
streets going to remain?
No, they're going to vacate. They will
Because-
have internal streets. Seagrass has an internal easement that goes from Jones Loop Road into Glasgow for their ingress egress, and there's a second ingress egress off of Indian Springs Cemetery Road behind Walmart and behind the cemetery over there.
Right, so the connecting road that is being constructed to connect Seagrass and Sea Cove, I think it's called, where's that going to be?
I don't have that one right in front of me, but it's going to be, they have an easement there. I think it's kind of the MacEver area.
So how does that get affected by a plat vacation?
It's not included in the legal description. That is their own easement. That is their own, and it will be internally constructed and maintained. It's not part of this. It's not part of the legal description for this.
Okay, but it's going to go through this property.
No, there's already a street there. The street's already there. They're not vacating that street. They're vacating the internal streets that are in those hashtagged properties. That MacEver is not part of that.
Okay, I'm sort of confused here. My concern is that, number one, how do we ensure that this property remains zoned commercial in perpetuity?
I can't, they would have to come back for a rezoning, and you would have the opportunity to deny it. The applicant has not made any indication that that's their intent. Their intent on their application, their vacation application, is to, and I took the words right out of their application, that their intent was to work through design, stormwater permitting, and to come back for an actual commercial subdivision, to subdivide it for commercial development.
So I go back to
Again-
my question about the streets, because if a property, if a developer comes in who wants to build a big box store, for instance, and there's a road right in the middle of it, then what?
They can't build across that road, because that is an egress into seagrass
So they basically have
subdivision.
to plot around it, is
They
what
would
you're
have
saying.
to plot around it,
Right,
correct?
but isn't that the purpose
Please raise your
of?
hands to speak.
If I might. The procedure that requires the city to adopt a resolution to consider, expressing its intent to consider the vacation is a procedure that is ancient. And it was adopted by the legislature and subsequently by the city council at a time when the approval of plats was considered to be a legislative action purely within your discretion as to whether or not you think it's in the best interest of the public. Case law subsequently in the 80s or so made the determination that approving a plat is actually a quasi-judicial action because there's certain criteria that the applicant needs to satisfy in order to be entitled to a plat vacation. So really, the time when you'll have the opportunity to consider the merits of whether or not the vacation should be granted is at the public hearing that you'll have following the public hearing before the Planning Commission, which would also be a quasi-judicial proceeding at that point. So all your questions are valid at this present time, but it's irrelevant because ultimately you have no discretion but to approve the resolution so that it can go through the process.
Okay.
And I'm sorry that, that's the way it is, but at the time when we all, as a city attorneys, felt like that the plat approval was a legislative function, we all thought that we were right, and the courts ultimately decided otherwise.
So I guess in that case, I move to approve the resolution.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve SV-01-2023. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay,
If I could just reiterate one thing, the streets you were talking about will remain regardless of the vacation, because
Right.
that's a separate thing, a separate easement, and that street has to remain for ingress egress, so that will stay there.
and it will potentially affect a possible
could,
building.
yep,
That was
certainly
where I
could.
was going with my concern. Okay. All right, the next item is the consent agenda. This includes the approval of the July 5th meeting minutes, the proof of loss statement, renewal of the city attorney agreement, and the Natural Resources Conservation Service Ian funding documents. Does anyone have anything they'd like to pull from there?
Move to approve consent agenda.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay. With your approval, I would like to move up the Peace River Wildlife Center ground lease so that we can get, I know there's folks here for that hearing, and I'd like to move that up to the first regular agenda item. Is everybody okay with that?
Sure.
Okay. So we'll take agenda item 7F, the Peace River Wildlife Center ground lease update. Good morning.
Good morning. Tricia LaPointe, Executive Director, Peace River Wildlife Center.
Can we please turn that microphone up?
Is that something I'm, oh,
Yeah,
is that
there
better?
you go.
Okay.
He's doing it upstairs.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning. Tricia LaPointe, Executive Director, Peace River Wildlife Center. We're here this morning to hopefully seek approval of the amendment to the lease.
So you may recall, there was an appearance before you a short while ago, reflecting the need to change some of the deadlines and the need to provide specifics concerning what would be considered to be substantial completion or completion to meet those deadlines. And through a negotiation or discussions following that meeting, what you have before you with the strike-throughs and underlines is the proposed Second Amendment to the ground lease that addresses the city council's and the city attorney's concerns. I presume that, I heard from Attorney Otiski that you're satisfied with the form of the proposed amendment?
Right, yes, and I'd like to first of all thank Mr. Levin and the city staff for...
Could you please state your name?
I'm sorry, Ed Wititsky. I'm an attorney here in Punta Gorda, and I've been working with the Peace River Wildlife Association and representing them on a number of different matters over the years. We did review, we had some detailed discussions regarding the Second Amendment, and the language that's included in the Second Amendment we fully support. We believe that it provides needed clarity to the ground lease. The original ground lease it had some language in it regarding the completion of the Phase 1 improvements by a specific time, and it referred the reader to Exhibit A of the ground lease. Well, when you looked at Exhibit A of the ground lease, it just had a picture, not a picture, a drawing without any details. So what we've provided, and the Peace River Wildlife Association has gone to a lot of expense and effort to put together a very detailed master plan for the improvements proposed for the Henry Street property. And that is part of your package. And we've, in the ground lease, identified what we're proposing to do in order to complete. I think the microphone's in pretty good shape now. But what we have sought to do with this amendment is to provide clarity for what the required improvements are going to be. And basically what that is to take what's currently at the Ponce de Leon facility and move it with improvements to the Henry Street property. And we certainly appreciate your consideration regarding this.
Okay, does anyone have questions? Okay, well, we would need a motion to approve then.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the revisions to the Peace River Wildlife Center ground lease as stated in the agenda package. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Good luck to you. Keep us posted.
Thank you, we will. We appreciate your
And
support.
we'll be groundbreaking.
Yes, next week.
Tuesday.
The 11th at 9 a.m.
Great.
Thank you.
I would encourage all the council members to participate if you are available.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Okay, the next item is Keep Charlotte Beautiful.
Good morning. For the record, Joan LeBeau, Urban Design Director, and we were approached by the Keep Charlotte Beautiful group to adopt a shore within the city limits. Since it will be on city property, Ms. Rhonda Harvey will be presenting a small presentation on what it entails. With that, Rhonda?
Good morning, all. My name is Rhonda Harvey. I am the coordinator for Keep Charlotte Beautiful. I've been the coordinator since 2015. Before that, from 2007. Sorry, a little nervous. I was the part-time person. So I'm assuming that you guys have seen this presentation.
Yeah, Brad, once again, can we move the mic, can we turn the microphone up a little bit, please?
Is this better?
It's very hard to hear.
I brought it down to my level.
Yeah, that's better.
So our mission is to inspire and educate people to take action every day to improve and beautify Charlotte County. So we have a lot of programs that we do. The ones that I wanted to talk to you about today are the Adopt a Shore and Adopt a Road. Adopt a Road has been around since 1991 in Charlotte County. 2004, KCB took it over. And Adopt a Shore was actually a state program, and Keep America Beautiful, or Keep Florida Beautiful affiliates were asked to take care of it. And it started in 2002 here with the Punta Gorda Boat Club, and they had adopted Ponce Park. Oh, I think I skipped. So as to what is already adopted here, we have the Kiwanis has Akiesta. I'm sure I said that wrong, I'm sorry. Punta Gorda Boat Club has Shreve Street. The Vietnam Veterans of America on Nesbitt. Mark Gehring was our contact within the city, and he was the one that would tell us if we needed to look at a different street or where the signs needed to be placed. When he left, we lost that contact. Adopt a Shore, we've never had any well, we have had signs, I guess. It was recently found that there was a sign at Ponce Park. They found it in the bushes. They would like a sign, and we have another group that is coming in that would like a sign at Gilchrist if they are allowed to adopt. Okay. So the requirements for the group or the individual that adopts, they have to sign a contract that we have on the KCB website. Their group has to agree to follow the safety guidelines. They have to have all their volunteers fill out a waiver every time they volunteer. They do 4 cleanups a year, and then they submit both the waivers and the report and let me know where the trash is so that we can take care of it. Adopt a Shore is very similar. The only difference is we ask them to do the Ocean Conservancy's form in the fall. What do we provide? We provide all the equipment, bags, shirts, buckets, paperwork, and we give out shirts twice a year, once a year for the Adopt a Road and once a year for anybody that's doing a coastal cleanup. Let's see. This is the sign that the county puts together. The top is 36 by 24. The sign has a blue background with white legend. 2 signs are provided for each Adopt a Road, 1 for each end. It's supposed to be approximately a mile. It is optional. We could only do 1 if we needed to. Charlotte County Solid Waste Division funds this sign. It comes out of the landfill funds. And we would, of course, put the city logo on this sign if we're approved going forward. This is our Adopt a Shore sign. We have it made by Jackson Signs. KCB does pay for this sign out of KCB funds. We would put the city logo on this as well, and then the lower part is the logo of the group adopting. And also there would be a wood post rather than a metal post for this. So what do we request from you guys? If the city of Punta Gorda approves, we would need a person as a contact to help facilitate this so that we put it where you guys feel it should be. Also, for the Adopt a Shore, if y'all could install the post and provide the post, that would be amazing. Why should you do this? People are asking specifically to adopt within the city. This program allows people to take ownership and show pride in their community. We are set up with all the supplies and equipment to run this program. And also every year we do provide numbers for your NPDES reports. Are there any questions?
Mark?
So there are a lot of groups already in Punta Gorda that do cleanup activities. The one I'm most familiar with is the PG Islanders, and they sponsor the canal cleanup. So how does this impact them? Is this co-opting what they're doing? Do they need to then be part of that, or they can't do what they've been doing? I want to understand how the other entities that have been doing this for a long time in this city play into this.
Keep Charlotte Beautiful is very excited that people are cleaning up. Whether they clean up with us or they clean up on their own, that is an amazing thing. We do carry the insurance that is needed for volunteers for cleanups, so that is an added benefit. We have a $2 million policy. As if they wanted a sign, then they would want to be part of the Adopt a Shore program. Other than that, I don't see any reason why they would do anything with us other than have us congratulate them for doing a great job.
Okay.
So, anybody else?
Yeah, the Mariners also do Welcome Beach at Gilchrist Park. So, I mean, there's a lot of groups, and there are a lot of members of the PGICA organizations who take care of the anchor entry points into the PGI. And I know Burnt Store Isles also has people that take care of theirs, but none of that is associated with this particular project. I think my issue with this is it's a great project. Please don't misunderstand. I'm just concerned with more signs. People are complaining about signs all the time, and I don't. Where are these signs going to be placed? I guess is my biggest concern.
That is the option of your organization. So typically the Adopt a Road one is placed at the beginning of the mile and one is placed at the end of the mile. As far as Adopt a Shore, our parks in Charlotte County also are struggling with too many signs. So the thing that they chose is they wanted it to be a smaller sign, which is why we picked this size. And they put it where they feel it is most appropriate. We don't choose, they do.
Done.
Yeah, so when you say people are specifically asking to participate in the city, like,
Yes.
do you have an example?
Yes. So the Punta Gorda Boat Club, they've been participating in this program since 2002 in Gilchrist, or not Gilchrist, but Ponce Park. They would love to have a sign to replace the old sign. The old sign was much larger. This is a smaller version. The other one is Morgan Stanley. They are wanting to adopt Gilchrist Park and Retta Esplanade.
What amount of time do you think is going to be required of a city staff person who has to kind of oversee this program?
Probably very little. We honestly, it's not like people are breaking down our doors to do this in the city, but we do have a few. And all the person would have to do is make sure that these signs that we're placing are in appropriate places and would also not be an issue. An example was when the veterans they wanted to adopt a road. The road they picked, Mark Gehring felt was not a good option, so he suggested Nesbitt. So Nesbitt was the road that they adopted. So he came back and countered. I don't think this is a tremendous amount of.
So, Joan, the question to you is this something that urban design can take care of without any issues time-wise?
Yes, I do believe we could handle the location of the signage, where it would be appropriate, and we have requested, rather than the metal sign post, that it be a wooden post to blend in more with some of the natural environments.
Okay. Mark?
So based on that answer, I'm assuming you've already looked at this, but are there any issues with the new sign code with these size signs and placement of the signs? There's no issues with that?
No, we would make sure that it matched whatever the sign code required.
So you're looking for us to approve the project to go forward? Is that what this, okay.
So a couple questions. One, we have to be clear, if this is 24 by 36 on a street, is that acceptable? And is this a specific project, or would it be as requested where you could have this then develop into multiple locations, multiple streets, multiple parks, whatever, with multiple signs? We just have to make sure we know what the approval criteria is.
Anybody?
Would you want one or two signs at each of those locations? That could be one of the criteria. It would have to meet height requirements for if there was near any sidewalks. It would have to be offset from the sidewalk itself, et cetera, and then we'd have to make sure that it is on property that we could place a sign.
Well, my comment would be the less signs, the better.
Yes.
I don't think we need two at each location at
Okay.
all. I mean, if you're putting one, as an example, at Gilchrist Park or at Ponce Park, you don't need more than one.
No. Correct.
So I think that would be one of my stipulations on approval. Anybody else?
agree with that.
Bill?
Yeah, I agree with you, Mayor, on that one. I'd kind of like to see the smaller sign rather than a bigger
Yeah.
sign. But also, I think once these signs start to go up, there's a lot of businesses out there that will want to get involved in this.
Yeah.
Get their name out there, if nothing else.
Yeah.
But I think it's a good idea.
Yeah, I think the
one
program
sign
has
is-
some merit. The signs are always going to be an issue. People complain about signs every time we put signs up, so. Yeah. Melissa, did you have something?
No, I was just saying, I agree. I think the less signs, the better, and the smaller, the better.
Yeah.
Just,
Can I ask?
Yes.
Okay, so can we,
So I have a question. So on the Adopt a Road signs, it's the county putting that together. So I know that the Adopt a Shore is smaller. So are you asking for a smaller sign for Adopt a Road? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Would you
and
like it?
is it possible to put the name of who's adopting on the same sign rather than two signs, top and bottom?
So what they did is originally they had a sign that was the size of both of those put together, and that was too big. So I can go back and ask them if they can make a smaller one. I know there is a lettering requirement as far as it has to be big enough for people to see for safety, because they don't want people trying to read something too small, but I can go back and ask them if they can reduce the size.
I'm not crazy about the two signs, top to bottom. I'd like to see one sign, and only one sign on the on the post, if it's possible, a little bit smaller. Yeah, that's just a lot of sign right there. Anybody disagree?
Nope.
Okay, so you have guidance enough to take care of it?
For example, we have no parking signs, and we have street signs all over the place of different sizes. No parking, you know what signs they are. So.
Okay. All right.
We will work with, staff will work with the group and come up with a new signage.
Okay, very good, thank you. All right, before we get to the next agenda, let's take a 10-minute
thank
break.
you.
We'll be back at 10:43.
I was just going to request that.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to get back in session, please. The next agenda item is item 7B, which is TU-16-2023.
Mayor, if I might, just like with respect to the item concerning the intent to vacate, this is an item that doesn't appear often on our agenda, and there are some unique factors associated with it. One of which is it doesn't require a public hearing, but it is quasi judicial, since your decision needs to be based on 9 criteria that actually appears on page 146 of your agenda packet. So I would ask anyone that would be speaking as the applicant and staff rise to be sworn at this time. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give with truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, and of course, as you, if you need to speak, identify yourself and that you have been sworn. Thank you.
Okay, good morning. Yes, still good morning. Lisa Hannon, zoning official. I have been sworn. This is a request, temporary use request to place a storage container used for little small office and storage for one of our seawall contractors. They are using this lot for a staging lot. The use is requested for approximately 90 days based on the application. Silt fences installed. There's a portable sanitation facility installed. The property is required to be restored when the use is completed. We do allow our seawall contractors to utilize vacant lots. It's in our land development regulations that they are allowed to do so. The criteria, it's a temporary use. The proposed use is a storage container. Parking, the site is sufficient for the contractor and staging parking. They're not blocking any streets. Traffic, they have access off of either Via Dolce Vita or Bal Harbor Boulevard. The size of the site is sufficient for the use based on the applicant's site plan. There's no permanent alterations proposed, no signage proposed, parking sufficient for the use. Trash and debris is prohibited. That will be monitored by code compliance. Sanitary facilities, I did ride by the site. There is a portable sanitation facility on site. We weren't requiring them to hook up to any sewer or water. Paper flyers, which was part of the criteria in the code, that's not applicable. There are no code violations related to the temporary use. Right-of-way, no portion of the public right-of-way besides the canal is being used, and that's where they put their barge. Authorization for staging on lots is permitted for city contractors per Chapter 26, Section 3.13, Paragraph I. Again, conditions of approval would be property must be restored after all staging activities are completed. Silt fence must be maintained at all times. Their hours of operation are Monday through Saturday between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. No operations between 8 p.m. and 6 a.m., which are the construction hours in Chapter 7 for the building code. And we do recommend approval of the request. This, and again, may be coming back again, because once they finish in this area, they have a few more zones. They will probably be looking to utilize the same setup that they have now on other vacant lots. Mark?
So 2 questions. One is, in the application, it says that this is just for basically storage of tools and equipment,
Plans.
miscellaneous things like that, but
And it gives, I'm sorry to interrupt, but it also gives them the opportunity to be inside where they can look at the plans and stuff.
okay, well, that's where I was going. Okay,
Yes, sir.
so is that an issue then, because this is now quasi-office space, and then does that require other, maybe you do need sanitation facilities, do you need power, do you need air conditioning, do you need, I mean, the whole, using it as an office is a lot different than using it as just a storage place. So how does the staff feel about that?
They have a porta potty on site, and as far as electricity, I'd have to ask the applicant to see if they're using any generators or if they're requiring any air conditioning. I don't know. I will have to ask him, or if it's self-contained, like ours.
Well, I mean, as far as requirements, there's a difference in, I think, a difference in requirements if it's just a storage versus are we actually going to be using it as a quasi-office
Yeah, I'll have to
a
ask the
habitable
applicant.
space.
I did not reach out to the applicant to ask how often they occupy it. Again, I'm going based off of their application. I've only had one short meeting with the applicant when he was getting ready to drop off the application.
I just think that's a big difference, you know, if you're talking about habitable space versus storage space. And then the other question I have is, this is kind of general because we do have the right, the city has a right to use vacant lots for staging and that type of thing. But what happens in the case of insurance? I mean, suppose there's an injury on that lot that's related to this. Is the property owner somehow liable, or is this?
I would have to defer that to our legal department. I'm not qualified to answer that question.
Because again, there's a difference between storage and having people working on the site and habitating an office and things like that. And if I was the property owner, I'd be somewhat concerned if somebody was to get injured, and now am I liable? Do I have risk here?
Because other contractors do utilize it with their equipment and vehicles, and they do work on those lots, like loading and unloading seawall panels, fill dirt and such to their barges to take them to the actual job site, so they are working there. Again, the storage container quasi-office that's why we're here for the temporary use. That is a good question. I'd have to look to our risk manager or to our legal department for that question, because I'm not qualified to answer that one.
Would you like to comment?
Yes, I will comment. The members of the public are not allowed to be on the property, only those that are authorized contractors working on behalf of the city. And each of those contractors, is part of their contract with the city, and subcontractors with their contracts with the generals, all are required to maintain insurance to cover for injuries on the job. And so we don't have any agreement per se with the individual owner of the lot. Our code just requires that as a quid pro quo for the city constructing and maintaining the seawall, that vacant lots be made available for this purpose. So, you know, we would, if the city was somehow sued as a result of some sort of injury, we would be looking to the contractors to defend that lawsuit.
And you're satisfied then that the city is protected then, as well as the property owner?
I think the city and the property owners are protected as well as we can protect them at the moment, yeah.
What about ADA requirements?
Well, I guess we should probably hear from the applicant to address what is going to be done on the site other than staging, storage of the tools and other equipment, and how much work is going to be done inside the unit that would convert it into habitable space of some nature.
Sure.
But again, it's not open to the public, so I'm not sure that ADA would even apply under those circumstances.
Well, I mean, in 26 years that I've lived here, I've never seen a trailer on a staging lot, ever. And this is the first time this has ever happened. And I've had people comment to me that they don't think it is appropriate for a vacant residential lot to have a commercial office space essentially operating on a residential lot. So there is a concern there. And I've got to say, it's not the prettiest sight I've ever seen. So I am concerned, because this is an 18-month contract that we're working with. And so there's going to end up being 6 of these requests over the 18 months. This is not the only one we're going to see, because this property owner has only given them 90 days to occupy his lot because it's for sale. So,
Well, I'm not arguing that that you have an obligation to approve it, but I think, you know, what I'm suggesting is that there's criteria that I think should address that concern. And if they haven't addressed that concern, then you have the right to reject it.
Donna, did you have something you wanted?
Well, I'm just curious. So the property owner doesn't get anything in return for having his or her lot used?
No.
And then I would be interested in hearing, so if we deny the use for this purpose, what does that do to the contractor's ability to carry out their work for the city on the seawalls?
Yeah.
Which is a prime interest of the city.
I mean, are there other alternatives? I mean, is there other city-owned property someplace where they could put their trailer to store their tools and equipment? I mean, it might not be the most convenient, but
Don't know that we have
Yeah.
any, I don't know that the city owns any vacant waterfront property besides, I think do we own one in Burnt Store Isles, but, I don't know that we own any vacant
well, we own
waterfront
the
property.
we own the spoil site that's over by Ponce, right? I mean, can they put a trailer over there?
Yeah,
I'm just saying, you know, I agree that having a trailer, you know, in a residential area like that is, maybe this should have been thought through before, you know, if that's what they wanted to do, and when we awarded them the contract to do the walls.
We do allow for the staging, like I said, we've allowed for, we had some out-of-town contractors the last time with Irma. May not have seen it, but I do believe that they may have had some. We didn't get any complaints, so we didn't see it. We did have a lot of storage going on, looked like they were running their entire operation out of, we did have one try to put up a fence around, so you couldn't see their stuff, and we were like, you don't own the property, you can't put a fence up. So that was after Irma. So that we did have a couple of out-of-town contractors then working on the seawall, so, and they have, whether they rented office space in town somewhere, I don't know. We know it's hard to find office space.
They used the
So-
lot next door to me, one of the contractors did, for staging, but they never had any office space of any kind or
And again, they
storage.
may have had office space in town. I don't know.
Yeah,
If
I
they
don't
were Marine Contracting Group, they're based out of here, and,
Yeah.
you know, so.
I understand the importance of the seawall program getting done, I do, but this does concern me, and I think from a liability standpoint, I do have a concern as well, so,
We should hear from the applicant.
yeah.
My name is Dylan Cost. I have been sworn in. I'm a representative of R.J. Gorman Marine Construction. Going back to, you know, after we were awarded the contract, we had a pre-construction meeting. We were here in town, had it at the canal maintenance facility. At that time, I had asked with our temporary staging lots if we could utilize containers there to store tools and equipment and provide a space where we can, you know, look at plans, stuff like that. They said temporary storage container is fine. So that's why this is coming up now, because we were told at the beginning at the pre-construction meeting that it would be fine. So that's why this request is here. It is an 8x20 storage container. It has a little, you know, air conditioner unit on the side of it. It's primarily used for storage. They have, you know, maybe a 2-foot desk in there on one side where we have a, you know, printer where we can print something and we can look at plans where we're not, you know, dripping with sweat out there. I mean, we can obviously do all this stuff in one of our vehicles in the lot right there as well with it parked and running, but that's, I mean, essentially what we were thinking is if we occupy the lot, we could utilize a storage container. At that time, I was not aware of a different request that was needed as far as a temporary use permit. So our intention was to move it to keep the tools close to the guys on site and also, you know, have that space to, you know, gather and just look at plans, point things out where we're going and what we're doing. But that was kind of our intent. And our intention, our stage lot permits only go for 90 days. There's no longer period than that. We can't occupy the lot for more than 90 days at any given time, from what I understand. So yes, every 90 days I would have to submit another permit to do this, to occupy the next lot, because we are gonna be moving vacant lots. We have 3 different zones, so we'll have 3 vacant lots every 90 days that we'll be occupying with, you know, equipment, trucks, tools, and all the materials as far as the seawall panels go, the dirt, and our barges. So
How is it powered?
it is powered by a generator.
So you're running a generator for 12 hours a day adjacent to residential homes, yes?
Yes.
So the concern will be every 90 days when you move your trailers to different properties, that you may not have property owners adjacent that are gonna be so cooperative that they're gonna be okay with it. That's a big concern.
Yes, that there is the potential for that, but
Is it
when we
very-
occupy these stage lots, we need generators to conduct the work on the lot as well. So just so everyone's aware, generators are ran on the stage lot, whether that storage container is sitting there or it's not. We need, we got pumps on the barges that are required to, do our work as well. So there is noise, but I also get the concern from, 7 to 7. Our work hours typically are from 7 to like 5. So that's just the construction hours that we were allotted was 7 to 7. That's why those hours are that. But I do hear your concern.
Melissa?
So what I'm hearing, and more for the public to know this too, by right, a lot can be used for staging. So we didn't even have to be here today for that. The only reason why we are here is because of adding a storage container to the property, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what the applicant just said is, as far as the generator concerned, a generator can be used on that lot for staging even if there is no storage container.
That's
So everything that is on that lot would be on that lot with the exception of I don't know the dimensions off the top of my head, but with the exception of that storage container, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure I was on the same page.
And the permissible construction hours, 7 days a week, are 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. That's for any construction. And that can be 7 days a week. They're not working 7 days a week. They're working Monday through Saturday, and he said 7 to 5, maybe 7 to 7, depending on if they get weather delays or things like that while they're out there.
And we do have to install erosion control on each one of these stage lots, regardless of if we put anything out there as far as the storage container goes. So we are physically conducting work on the site. We have to install erosion control, then we pull it up at the end. We have to make sure that everything's regraded back, and then the same grass that was on that stage site goes back in there. So essentially, it looks like we left no footprint, is what our contract with Canal Maintenance says on any one of those lots that we have to occupy.
Okay. What's your pleasure, folks?
I move to approve.
Is there a second? There is no second. Motion fails for a lack of a second.
So if there's going to be a motion to deny, the motion to deny should identify which of the 9 criteria has not been satisfied. And just as a suggestion, looks like criteria number 1 best suits what the discussion was.
Compatible with adjacent uses.
Yes.
And will not adversely affect the surrounding neighborhood by means of odor, noise, dust, or other nuisances. Does anyone wish to make a motion? Okay.
I'll make a motion. I'm just looking for the verbiage that you want to put in there. I don't
It's
see
Based
that.
in the staff report.
I would say, based on the evidence and testimony presented before the city council, you move to deny the temporary use permit in view of the failure to comply with criteria number 1.
Okay, so based on the evidence and testimony presented, make a motion to deny based on criteria number 1.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to deny the temporary use permit for agenda item TU-16-2023 at 1661 Via Dolce Vita as stated. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries 4 to 1.
Madam Mayor, may I ask how long you're going to give them to remove the storage container?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
How long will you give them to remove the storage container? Since you've denied it, it is there. They're using it now, so how long do they have to get it out of there? Because we'll be asked.
Yeah. Everybody okay with the end of next week? That gives them about 10 days. Is that all right?
I think they need more time than that. I think 10 days is, that's a pretty big container. I would assume they have to find trucking and make arrangements to move it. I say we would give them 30 days.
Yeah, I don't agree to 30 days.
2 weeks.
All right, 2 weeks.
2
Is that
weeks from
everybody?
today's date.
Okay,
Thank you.
okay, thank you. Our next agenda item is fiscal year 2024 general fund budget update and considerations, general fund and information technology.
Good morning. Kristen Simeone, for the record, Finance Director. As part of our budget discussions, we're going to go over general fund and IT fund today, as well as some others under other agenda items.
Make sure the mic's right at your mouth.
Okay.
Up there.
Is this
Yeah.
better? Thank
Lean
you.
in.
Yeah, we're having a really hard time hearing today for some reason, those microphones.
That's good.
Every year, we've been trying to just give you a little bit of history from 2008 to 2023. Again, showing personnel increased only 56.6% during that time frame, operating 28.4%, so total operations in the general fund, 48.7% increase over that entire time period. Again, the city did work on mitigating some of the increases during that time. Through position eliminations early on, limited or no pay increases for a period of time. We had, we shifted some of the increase of a benefit expense from the city to employees and changes to pension, to the general employee pension plan. As growth has occurred, positions have been added back and benefits have been increased, and the updated pay plan was implemented during fiscal year 23. Operating costs increased 28.4% in that same time period, and again, the city did work to significantly reduce costs during that time period through operational efficiencies, contract negotiations, and changes. However, recently you have seen more increases in electricity, oil-based commodities, and general liability insurance. And again, we continue to see expenditures increasing overall due to inflation. One of our current financial policies is our minimum reserve balance, unassigned reserve balance. It's currently at 13.2%, and we do have a policy to try to increase that every year to attain the 16.7% recommended reserve balance. So we also said we would consider remaining funds from previous years to reach the 16.7% sooner. We did receive extra funds and had reduced expenditures during fiscal year 2022. So those funds could be set aside at 16.7 for fiscal year 2024 if that is council's wish. So I don't know if we would like to discuss that one right here.
What is the dollar amount that's left over from last year, do we know?
It was approximately 1.4 million. That was increased revenues and then decreased expenditures.
And so what percentage on the reserve account would that bring us to if we used all of that money?
Well, we're suggesting going to that 16.7 minimum reserve. There will be other available reserves, but we would like those set aside for the future year projections, as you'll see when we get to the pro forma.
Okay, thank you.
So is it okay to ask about this particular policy right now, or do you want to see the pro forma at the end and talk about it then?
Just go ahead, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Again, one of our other policies is trying to balance our revenues with our expenditures and not use one-time revenues to fund operating expenditures. And again, we do continue to progress on this without relying on reserves. We do have one-time expenditures, but we do have sometimes one-time revenues that could offset that. Our assumptions on our revenues is an estimated 5% increase for the ad valorem. We will be receiving our taxable value from Charlotte County by July 10th. They did ask for an extension. Normally we have it by July 1, so I was hoping to be able to present that to you, but they did not have it available yet. We do think it might be a little bit higher than that, but until we get that number, we're just not sure. We're assuming that our estimated millage rate would remain the same at 3.95, and that would include the transfers, as we talked about at a previous meeting, for the $709,000 for road restructuring and resurfacing and bricking program, and $300,000 for the drainage program. Our revenue estimates for electric utility tax and franchise fees and half-cent sales tax, we're using approximately 1 to 2% increase, but that's off of our fiscal year 23 projections, which are higher than original budget. We do have the updated school resource officer agreement that was also approved by council at a previous council meeting. Interest revenue is showing increases in all years, again, because rate increases of interest have gone up due to the Fed funds being raised. The administration charges to other funds, we estimate 1% increase, but that will be adjusted based on all funds' final budgets. Again, it depends on the amount of increase in personnel in each fund and operating expenses, so we will do a final adjustment and make that. We were awarded a MAC agreement for fiscal year 24 of $104,495. We do show an estimate for the SAFER grant for the fire department of $360,000 and the COPS grant for the police department of $125,000. Both applications have been submitted, but we have not received any word back yet if those have been approved. All other revenues have various small adjustments, usually anywhere from 1 to 3%. Assumptions on the personnel side, general employees have a 4% salary merit increase. Also proposed is a 2% pay adjustment for general employees. That's excluding the police sworn who received pay adjustments commensurate with the police bargaining unit in fiscal year 23. And for fire and police are per their bargaining contracts. We have 10% increase in health insurance. We did find out that it is our final increase for the 10%. It was originally going to be 11.75%, but our human resource manager did work with our vendor to get that down to 10%. We have a 10% estimate increase for workers' comp. The defined contribution plan matches up to 10% right now. And we have the general pension costs are flat citywide for the general fund, the general employee pension plan. So for the general fund, that decreased 2%. Fire pension increased 1% overall, and police pension costs increased 13%. Departmental requests were approximately 3%, except for lot mowing. We estimate the contract increase will be approximately 15%. We do have some one-time items as well as other things that needed to go up. So for finance, professional services, for implementing the new accounting standards, is included. For right-of-way, departmental supplies and communication services had some additional increases. Police had increases for legal reviews, maintenance of vehicles, and derelict vessels. And the derelict vessels is part of the grant. Fire had increased repair needs, and facility and parks for additional level of janitorial services on the weekends in parks and Harold Court Center, and services for temporary facilities that are being used. We do have a comprehensive planning study of $150,000 as what was submitted by Urban Design over a 5-year period. So there's some years with higher amounts and some years with lower amounts when we look at the 5-year pro forma. For the property insurance, we have a 100% estimated increase and 5 to 10% on other general liability insurance such as flood or other general liability. Computer overhead is per schedule. General fund is estimated at a 33% increase. And it will be adjusted again once all personnel and budgets are in, because the way the allocation is based on personnel and the IT needs of each fund and department. Rental space for city council and board meetings is included in the pro forma, both in fiscal year 24 and 25, as well as the operating expenditures for the Harold Court Center. Going on to transfers, the CRA transfer is based on the 6% increase in taxable value of the district, as well as the millage rate of 3.9500. Transfers for road surfacing and program did increase $250,000. We talked about that when we went over gas taxes. No change in the transfers for the drainage program. General construction projects, transfers were updated for $300,000 for the City Hall from the sale of property, $62,000 needed for additional King Street improvements. There was $128,000 decrease for the railroad crossing rehabilitation. However, that just increased in future years. And $500,000 infrastructure or other considerations needs. We do have transfers to other funds for the county bridge, LED, and traffic signal maintenance projects. So again, that's another gas tax fund. We do include the 5-year capital outlay plan for each of the divisions and what they've requested in each year. When you look at the total, you can see that the totals are a little high for fiscal year 24 and 25, but we did lower it in 26 through 28. So the average funding was $840,000 last year. It's approximately $891,000 with the increased costs that are being needed from the divisions. The service level enhancements is still based on the 5-year plan for fiscal year 22 through 2026. There was some changes, so finance had moved a position out to fiscal year 24 from fiscal year 23. Something new is adding 3 police officers. Fire moved out 6 firefighters. Out of the 7, we did fund 1 firefighter in fiscal year 23. Fire is adding a prevention clerk and public information officer. Parks and Grounds is adding a playground and fountain technician in fiscal year 23. The urban design manager position was moved from fiscal year 24 to fiscal year 23, so up a year. And zoning and code position moved from fiscal year 24 to 25. There are other requests that were in your packet for justifications for future needs as well. And again, we'll be reviewing those as we move forward in future year budgets. This is just a reminder of what the recommended planning that had been approved back in fiscal year 22, for fiscal year 22 was. I'm not going to go over each one of these unless you have a question, but we have a finance accountant, 1 position, approximately $84,100 for fiscal year 24. Parks and Ground is a maintenance worker, $111,000. This did require a vehicle. The Parks and Grounds playground technician, again, this is included just because it's being added in fiscal year 23, so it does add to the change for fiscal year 24. It need a vehicle. The Police Administrative Services Supervisor, $99,500. Quantity of 3 patrol officers, so approximately $481,500. Each would require a vehicle in fiscal year 24. The fire prevention clerk position, $103,430. This position does require a vehicle as well. The firefighters, 6 full-time positions, $560,750. And the urban design manager, and again, this was pushed up to fiscal year 23, approximately $129,000. These are the changes from when we brought you the long-range plan. So we were at approximately $30.4 million. Currently, expenditures are approximately $33.4 million. Revenues did also increase, and so the difference could come from operating reserves and that additional revenue. So comparing original budget from fiscal year 23 to 24, you can see the increases, personnel going up 9.4%, operating costs going 14.6% overall, and then total operations 10.7%. And again, a lot of those increases are the insurance going up, workers' comp. So here is the pro forma. We did include projected 23, just so you could see some of the changes there. We do add in the funding for the financing that would come for the canal maintenance districts, which are then transferred over to those districts to do the work. And then you can see in proposed fiscal year 24, we're approximately at the end of that fiscal year, we'd be at approximately 8.9 million, which is approximately 26.6%. And you see for the 16.7% minimum operating reserve, we're at almost 5.6 million. Then you can see through the fiscal year 25 through 28 that some of those funds do get used up. And again, trying to fund some more needs for infrastructure or other considerations, which could possibly be the personnel that's requested during this period. And you can see, but at the end of fiscal year 28, we're at 6.2 million, approximately 17.4%. This gives us room if there's any changes. So if we start experiencing like say a recession at some point during that 5-year period, you do have some room there to help cover. Some of our considerations, again, is if the SAFER or the COPS grants are not awarded, what will we do? We could always reapply next year, but we'll evaluate again like we did this year. Could we still fund those positions if needed? The general employee defined benefit pension plan is to be reopened, so funds budgeted for the defined contribution plan would just be shifted over for that funding. It would not necessarily cost us any additional funds at this time. There is discussion to fund a cost of living adjustment for the retirees of all 3 defined benefit pension plans. So again, we would need direction if you're to move that forward. And again, that's where some of those funds could be used. The discussion of increasing a drop period temporarily for police pension plan. State estimates are not provided until July or August, so we're still waiting for those. We are required to budget 95 to 100%. There is concern, again, for the increasing costs that we continue to see, uncertainty of economic forecasts, and again, adding that line to be used for infrastructure or other considerations as mentioned already. Any questions so far? Or do you want me to keep going?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll say it here because you're right on that slide, but I, for one, am really glad to see that the reserves are back up, forecasted back up to where they were. I know a lot of that has to do with the sunsetting of the CRA, but that's something that you guys had planned a long time ago and said that we could probably pull it ahead, and now it looks like that's actually going to happen, and you can see the impact of that in the reserves. I mean, that's a great job.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think we desperately needed to do that. And the good news about that is that we don't have to continue adding in 0.5% a year in future budgets either because of that. So that's a very big deal because those funds can be used for other things.
Yes.
Yeah.
So going on to lot mowing, we would propose an assessment of $275. That's approximately a 17% increase from fiscal year 23. Again, the number of lots continue to decrease as building continues. We're at about 1,430 lots right now. Certain costs remain fixed despite the number of lots decreasing. And again, we estimated the contract increase approximately 15% due to the current economic environment.
Is it at 225 this year?
235.
235, okay. I couldn't remember.
Yeah.
And
Again,
if you look at the 18 mows, 275 divided by 18, I mean, there's still $15
yeah,
per mow.
yeah.
So, not a bad
I
deal.
wish they do mine.
I know. We all wish that. At some point, we may discuss when is the appropriate time to sunset the lot mowing assessment district. You know, at some point, there may just be too few lots, and it could just be that it's up to the owners to mow those lots, and code enforcement would just be responsible for.
How many lots were in this program a year ago? Do we know that number?
I want to say it was about 1,600.
1,600, so it's going down quickly.
And again, the 1430 is what we're projecting for next year,
Yeah.
which is a little bit lower than what might be there right now. Because we always find out people end up canceling as they get their bill.
Yeah. And what percentage of the vacant lots are paid for privately, not through the city's program? Do we know that?
I do not know that.
I'd be interested in seeing that number.
Yeah, I could see if GIS could help us with that, if they could determine how many total lots, vacant lots there are, and then we could just subtract out those
Yeah.
lots.
Okay.
Do we want to set a bottom figure, like when we reach that number, that we automatically switch it over to the homeowner?
Well, the lot mowing program is citywide, correct? And so that's all vacant lots in the city. So we've got a ways to go before we get to where we'd have to cut the program off, I think.
So these are the people that are still in the program. There are people that opt out sometimes.
Yeah.
Even if they haven't built on their property.
Right. I think that's probably a couple years down the road before we have to make that decision.
We just want to keep it in the forefront.
Yep.
Yep. Now we're going to move on to information technology. I won't go through the whole list, but you can see the projects that were prioritized. And you can tell if they're annual subscriptions or one-time costs. Vehicle replacements, we will look for transfers from another division or another fund if we can find one that's appropriate for their use. If not, we will need to purchase those. Any questions on any of theirs?
I have a couple questions on this, since we're on this slide.
Okay.
Why do we have two vehicles for IT, just out of curiosity?
Because they will transport the equipment to whichever department or division needs it. We have various locations throughout the city where they're going back and forth between the locations to work on either hardware or software issues.
Okay.
They're in the field a lot in these vehicles. One of them is it 99 or?
I forget, it was
Yeah,
pretty
they're
old.
very old.
It was one that was gonna go to auction that we took
Yeah.
off the auction block to
Paint's
give them to
peeling,
use.
they're horrible shape.
The other question that was brought up with my group was, there's a lot of work that looks like is in this particular slide that needs to be done. Do we have enough staff to do all this work? In other words, I would not like to have the money just sitting there or funded for it, but yet we don't have enough time or it's not available to get the work done.
And
Brad can answer. Depends on what comes up, but we did add a new security network analyst this year, and this is the reduced list that we thought could be accomplished.
right. And one of the projects is actually a carryover from fiscal year '23. So
Right.
only one that they're currently scheduled that they thought might not get done from the current year.
We cut the list way down so that we can be more reasonable with
So it's more
what
attainable.
can be accomplished.
Actually, most of for example, the contract template builder, monitor replacements, the HR software, those are mostly vendor-driven. The monitor replacement is just a simple swap outs. Our techs are doing those. The network switches are, again, just swapping out old equipment for new to bring us up to date. So if you take those out, it whittles it down to the major projects are the O365 migration, and that is going to be an all hands on deck, everybody involved. But we've also got money in the budget for consulting services to help us with that. So that's part of that project. That one's going to be the one that is the biggest resource need. So we've got help already budgeted to help with that. The security camera is another one that's going to be a bigger project, but it's not as mission critical, and we'll be able to work that in with other support, and we'll have a vendor that we can use to help us with that as well. So it is accomplishing a lot, but we tried to keep the projects all things that would be quick hit, as opposed to them being long-term or long-range.
And I think that was the question, is just to make sure that it's all attainable. We're not prioritizing money that won't be used and just keeps getting, kind of rolled over things. So, thank you.
And then for the homesteaded residences, the inflationary, the CPI index was higher for the end of fiscal year or calendar year. So the cap for homestead is 3%, which is lower than the CPI for the time period as based on Florida statutes. So we just tried to give you that if the millage rate stayed the same, what does the difference look like for a homesteaded property if theirs goes up to 3%? So we give various levels. So we have 300,000 to 600,000 on this slide, and you can see it ranges from $36 to $71. And then if you go to the next slide, we go from 700,000 to $1 million, and you go $83 to 119.
So at $1 million, it's $10 a month, $250 a week, if that's your assessed value.
Yep. And again, the maximum homestead properties can go up is 3%. Then we wanted to just kind of circle back around to the discussion as requested for capital, and we tried to prioritize this list so things are moved into a little different area. We did move the fundings that are highlighted in yellow, if it was funded from the unidentified funding source, up. So we did fund the rest of Historic City Hall, the Lashley Park Playground, the Drainage Improvement Project, because again, that one had 3 grants associated with it, ADA improvements, and the Public Safety Building expansion. Some of the projects that were moved down or could be thought about to possibly, like, hey, can we reallocate these funds and maybe ask for those funds at a different time? One of the ones is the airport road improvements. Those funds are currently not being spent. We're waiting for the railroad. So there's been a hold up there with the railroad. And so that project has not moved forward. So those funds are available to be used. And maybe we could ask FDOT for funding as part of a LAP project. Cooper Street improvements hasn't been started yet either. So we did try to move some of these things around. The Complete Street, US 17 is completely off. Yes.
So I have a question. As long as you're on this slide, because I've seen this and I'm moving ahead a couple slides, but you have a list of unfunded projects.
Yep.
And the one that catches my eye right away is the Historic City Hall, but you're funded here, so I'm confused why it's on an unfunded list when it's actually funded.
Yes, and I apologize. I should have updated that slide as well. So the Historic City Hall, as well as the, let's just go to that slide just for a second, the drainage improvements. Those were the two.
Okay, so this slide is incorrect, then that's all.
Yes,
Okay, I just wanted to understand. I'm thinking, wait a minute, is it funded or is it not funded?
Yeah, I just pulled it
Okay,
from the last
okay.
one in, but I should have updated that and taken those 2
I got it.
off because we did fund those,
I got
those
it.
2 projects. Thank
I'm
you.
good.
So the rest is just a reminder, there was no more changes to this one. And then I know there was discussion to maybe take some of the unfunded projects completely off the list. So if anyone had any ideas on which projects they didn't want to see moving forward, they're here if you wanted to have that further discussion, or it could be pushed off to another time.
So Kristen, I do have a question. I think several months ago, we approved taking some money that was supposed to go for, I think, sidewalks or something around the Celtic Ray, if I'm right on the location, and target it towards decorative downtown lighting and the traffic signals. It was like $600,000. Like, where is that? I mean, is it in something else, or?
So I think the project you may be referring to,
That was the 41 project for,
yeah, was the one that was gonna be, that we're doing as a upgrade to an FDOT project. Is that the one I'm thinking
yep,
of?
it was
Yep.
Carmelita to
Okay.
the bridge.
So I think that's over here, and let me see if I can get this to point. It doesn't show a pointer.
Yeah, I just,
Is it the 519 for the complete street that's on the bottom of that, of slide 34?
yeah, 519, I'm looking.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's
I don't think it's
that
that one.
one. It is, because I think it ended up being about 600,000, so let me. Okay, here it is, US 41,
Yeah.
northbound decorative
Decorative,
safety standards,
620.
the 620,000.
Yep.
Okay. So it's there.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, it's in the 1%.
And the bulk of it's funded in '24.
Okay.
Yep.
The rest of it is funded in 2024, because we've already used some.
I mean, I personally don't have any problem leaving the list as long as it's prioritized. I mean, if you take it off the list, you completely lose visibility of it, but,
Correct.
so, but making sure the understanding is that what I'd like to be more clear is, you know, on a list like this, where's the line? Everything above this line is funded, everything below that line is not. And that, to me, makes it real simple to understand,
Okay.
you know, where our priorities are.
The other thing we have to remember is that anything that was voted on by the citizens who vote in the election voted only on this list. These were the items that were on the project list that they have voted to approve, not any of this stuff.
Right.
So if this doesn't get funded in the immediate future, it could possibly be added on to the next referendum.
Right, and that's why I'd leave it here for visibility, because once you take it off, it's gone forever.
Yeah.
So,
Right, and council does have the option to change things, even though it was voted on. Just say, for example, that airport road project that we're talking about. If it's not gonna move forward or is unable to move forward for some reason, you could prioritize one of the other projects on this list or something similar that might have become a higher priority and that the citizens are asking for. So, but yes, you're correct. We try to stick to this list as much as possible.
Yeah. Bill?
Greg, how does it look for in the future, immediate future, with this public safety building over there? Obviously, we've got to do something with that. Where does that stand?
Well, we have a certain amount of funding in there right now. It's not going to be enough, but we're going to continue to look for grants for some of that. And right now, the main consideration is location. So we're still looking for the piece of property that would help facilitate relocation of part of the public safety building so that we can begin that process. But we have, is it 5.25 in the public safety building right now?
Yes, so out of 1% sales tax, we have approximately 5.6 million, and then on the next slide, we have from the impact fees, approximately 1.2 million, a little more, if the impact fees continue to come in.
So what we're looking for right now really is property that would facilitate the continuation of the project.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll just point out too, on this project, it will require funds not only for the new facility, but also to rehab the existing facility for the needs of the fire department that would remain behind.
The special use fund too.
Okay.
Well, that's,
Any questions or any other discussion that you want to discuss?
Melissa?
I didn't want to interrupt you, but if we could go back to slide 10, just had a question. Can you go into a little bit more detail about what that $150,000 comp plan is going to entail?
Sure, I believe it's I'm not so a lot of times it's I think it's the transportation section that they had planned for fiscal year '24. I'd have to go pull it. So it's items that wouldn't be able to be done by urban design in-house that they would have to hire outside for the comp plan. So see if
They can probably answer in more
the
detail.
transportation, yeah, I'm pretty sure it was the transportation section for fiscal year '24.
It's 30,000 a year average.
For the record, Mitchell Austin, Urban Design. So for the comprehensive planning studies in that 5-year plan, we're typically looking at transportation, housing, and then any other projects. I know, like, we've had discussion about parking. We need a parking study. It would come out of those funds.
So these monies would be used for an outside agency to do these studies? Is that what I'm?
Yeah, this
okay.
would be for consulting
Okay.
services.
Okay, thank you.
And the comp plan's required to be updated every how many years? So from this comp plan update to the next one, that's where these studies come in to help us facilitate the updates that are required.
Any other questions? Okay.
All right. Is there any other questions on this before we move on? Okay, then we will move on to fiscal year 2024 to 2028 Utilities Capital Improvements Program and fiscal year 2024 Utilities Operations Budget Status Report.
So thank you, Kristen Simeone again. We're going to go over the construction funds as well as the operating maintenance and repair fund for utilities. The first slide is our construction funds, and we show you the various funding sources of how to fund these projects. You will notice that on the second line, transfer from water system impacts for the booster project, it says zeros right now, and we'll go over that in just a second, but the impact fees have been coming in a lot lower this year than compared to prior years. And again, that might just be a temporary, as other projects come on board, it might turn around, but for now, we had to take it out because of that and fund it with transfer from the operations fund. And then you see the $17.3 million in there for the water treatment plant filtration project. So again, that project was moved out 1 year from 24 to 25. The septic to sewer project was also moved out 1 year, again, because we didn't have a fully developed plan yet for that, so that's where it stands at the moment. We can, if some grant funding comes in, we would talk about possibly moving that forward if we could get the design and engineering completed and the cost could stay in some type of range that's acceptable.
I'm having a hard time hearing you. I don't know if
Okay.
anybody else is. Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. Is that better? So for the septic to sewer project, if we get some grant funding, we might move that project back up. Again, we have to review it and make sure that the cost is now appropriate, or if it would have increased costs as they engineer that project.
Can we go back to that real
Sure.
quick, please? So the septic to sewer is only going to be moved forward if we get that project approved by the people that live in that district.
Right, so there's a lot of work to be done.
Yeah,
to get
because,
that.
I mean, we've got funds from the state that we just approved for $5.5 million for septic to sewer, but we haven't even had conversations with the residents that live there yet. So what happens to that money if we don't move the project forward? We lose it?
We would check with the state if they would allow it to be over maybe the next year or two, because so that we can go do the community discussions. Because the other part of that is not only do you need to have the discussions and have their support, but the assessments have to get in place for the year you want, that right away. So for fiscal year 25, we would need those assessments.
Right. And we haven't even had those discussions with the residents yet. But just as importantly, so it's going to probably cost $25 to $30 million for that whole project. And I mean, we can continue to ask the state legislature for money every year, but we still have to plan accordingly, that we would have to assess those residents that are affected, because I refuse to accept that current taxpayers that are already paying taxes in the city will pay for any part of this. We've already paid for our own impact fees for the properties that we purchased years and years and years ago. And the citizens that are tax-paying residents in the city already should not have to pay any funds toward this project, period.
Correct. The plan, as originally proposed, and again, the dollar amounts might not be correct quite correct because this was several years ago now. But we had planned that the assessments would be in place prior to construction.
Yeah, because you've got a lot of money here in 27 and 28 that will have to be assessment money. That can't come out of the general fund.
Right, we would fund it we would start with a loan, and then the assessments would be paying back that loan. Plus, once the residents in that area hooked up, you could use a portion of what is being received from their usage to help pay for the loan as well. So yes, there's a lot of work to be done on this project.
There's several things there. One, of course, you have to have design. So first of all, you have to finish the complete design, which is substantial expense. And then you have to determine if it's going to be in phased stages so that you don't have $30 million to do the project all at once, but you may phase it in various stages. And of course, council has to approve the assessment, et cetera. It's not, for example, a referendum type thing where the residents approve it, but certainly there's a lot of conversation that has to take place. And then there has to be cash flow, because we can do assessments, and if it's over 20 years, it doesn't matter if it's $1 million a person because you don't have it up front. So you have to do cash flow until that assessment comes in over a 20-year period, which essentially is almost like a revenue bond. But
And have we determined if we still have to get the county to buy into this because it's going to be a county assessment? Because those are county properties, not city properties?
Well, the intention would be that we look at how it can be a utility assessment, not a county assessment, because it's based on the utility fund, not just because it's county properties.
Okay.
And that's something I know our attorneys looked at a couple times, and there's some nuances in it, so it's not a final thing yet. But
that would make a lot of sense if it can be done that way, because otherwise, if it gets assessed as a county assessment, are they going to keep a portion of it?
you would think not.
You would think not, but you know, I think all of that needs to be clarified. That's a major project that's going to affect properties that are not annexed into the city at this time.
Yep. And I should note that this septic to sewer was just one of the phases. So when we talk about doing all phases, if you are going to do it all at once or continue to have it phased, this section on this slide is just the first phase.
Mayor, wasn't one of the conditions of that septic to
Is your
sewer?
mic on?
Oh, yeah, it's on. Wasn't one of the conditions for them to get this septic to sewer conversion for them to come into the city?
Well, if we put sewers in, I know that right now the city is requiring anybody that ties into our water service that isn't in the city, they must sign a pre-annexation agreement. So as properties are coming online on new construction, correct me if I'm wrong.
Water or sewer.
Water or sewer service, we're requiring that they sign a pre-annexation agreement with the city. And that started several years ago. When I first got on city council, we passed that as a general rule, and it was never really enforced. That should have been enforced, and we would have had hundreds more people who had already signed those agreements. But especially when it comes to places like Charlotte Park, you have a lot of new construction in the past 8 years. So, you know, we could have had probably as much as a third of all of Charlotte Park on those agreements by now, but it wasn't ever enforced until 3 years ago. So I think we have to really push forward on trying to get buy-in from the residents that live there. But I think it's our fiduciary duty to try to help fund it as much as we can, whether it be by state funds or grant funds or however we can help with that, because a $25 or $30 million project is going to mean possibly $25,000 to $30,000 per property, even if it's a vacant parcel. And so anybody that lives in Charlotte Park, if that project goes through, will be assessed that money, whether they have a building on it or not.
Correct.
So we want to make sure that we're trying to help them as much as possible and make it beneficial for them to buy in. And at the end of all of that, the main reason why they haven't annexed up to this point, what I was told by several of the residents there, was because they didn't want to get a sewer. They didn't want to tie into sewer. And so taking that obstacle out of it, then it would possibly allow us to push forward for annexation at that time.
Right.
And it's a few years down the road.
No, I agree. I just wanted to make sure that we're all on the same page.
Yeah, and that's a good conversation, because the newer council members may not have known some of that stuff, because that's been stuff that's happened over the past 5, 6, 8 years, whatever.
Yep. Thank you.
And the voluntary pre-annexation agreement is because they're voluntarily asking to be annexed so that they can receive services. It's a bit different if you're putting a project in where you're assessing and requiring connection to the system. That's not necessarily the whole voluntary part, but it is, there's certainly a lot of facets and points to argue as to why annexation would be a positive thing for the residents there. Not the least of which is reduction in utility bills, which they would get if they were part of the city. When you have that swimming pool or garage you can't build because it's over a septic field, now you can. So there's a lot of reasons to do it, but it's a whole discussion, a whole presentation, and it will take time.
Okay. So the first portion of our constructions are our annual type projects, and it's the $1.1 million per year for these various types of replacement projects or rehabilitation projects. On this slide, I'm just going to kind of go over ones that have had changes from the prior year. So the lift station 30 needed additional funds, so you see an extra $600,000 in fiscal year '24. The northbound utility, US 41 northbound utility, sewer repairs and lining, that project is new. Let's see what else. We talked about septic to sewer being pushed out.
And let me, before we get too far away from
Sure.
that, let me say one other thing. That when you're talking about replacing septic tanks with, you can quantitatively argue the water quality improvement, nitrogen, phosphorus, all the different things, best management practices all day long. But when you have people that are already on public water, the urgency is not as great to put in public sewer than as it is if they were still on wells. And you see it a lot of places where people have wells and their septic's contaminating their water supply, then they're much more, they would like to have that public sewer put in place much quicker, but they already have public water, so the water quality impact is really being adjacent to the canals, what it does to Charlotte Harbor, all of the quantitative things that we can use to model the improvement and get the funds that we need to continue the project. So that's part of the challenge, that we already have public water, so
Right.
the water quality we're looking at is certainly, regional, not site-specific.
Correct. Another project that had an increase is the master pump facility upgrade. So we have an increase there. The wastewater generator at the booster station also had an increase of $350,000. The pond liner project had an increase. So we already had budgeted $500,000 for fiscal year '24. They added an additional $500,000 to that project. And the wastewater treatment plant air conditioning replacement is a new project, $350,000. Any questions there? Okay. The next slide is our water projects. So again, a new project that's on here is the well remediation, which started in fiscal year '23 to determine the needs for that well remediation. Oh, there's the pointers finally working on this. Okay, and then the next one is the additional construction for the filter project was moved out to fiscal year '25. We kind of talked about that one. That's that $17.3 million project. The Solana water main construction is moved out. It was scheduled for fiscal year '25. It's now showing in fiscal year '27. And the Bal Harbor water main project had an increase in cost, so from $400,000 to $800,000. So those are the changes that weren't in our plan from the prior year. Any questions on that? Okay.
Yeah, we definitely need to do that Bal Harbor project. It's gotten pretty bad down in the bird section.
Yep. And that project was moved up. last year it got moved up to starting in fiscal year '23 with construction estimated in fiscal year '24.
Yeah.
So. Going on to the operations fund, you can see how we're doing here, total revenues, total expenditures. Again, total expenditures in fiscal year '24 looks pretty hefty, but that's based on our construction projects for that year. We do keep a $1.5 million capital reserve, R&R capital reserve. It's in a separate fund. It's set aside for emergencies. You do also see going out to fiscal year '27, and that year, the operating reserve is negative, so we would have to do something before then. And part of the change is the decrease we've been seeing in the revenue, the impact fees, because we had to use extra funds from this fund to fund that project that we thought we would have water impact fees for. And also, even just in regular water consumption has been a little lower than expected this year. So if that changes around, the picture could be different, but we would look at that.
So this slide greatly concerns me, because even with your construction capital reserve, I mean, we're going to be in a really bad situation as far as the reserves go. And a lot of those projects are projects that cannot be stopped. I mean, they're so if you can't cut anything,
Yep.
then what is the impact of this? You know, what increase, what kind of increase are we going to need to look at to get these reserves back in line? And what does that do, you know, to the average consumer's water bill?
Right.
So I'll say a couple things and then Kristen can correct me. So when we look at the pro forma specifically and you look at the impact fee revenue, you know, we've had upwards of $1 million in impact fees each year. And many of the funds last year in water, you can see that there was 701,000, there was 1.3 in wastewater. This year we have 157,000 instead of 800 or 700 or 800,000. We have 216,000 in wastewater instead of 1.3 million. So they're down substantially for a lot of reasons. If that trend continued, that's where we have an issue that you can see from 2015 on, that trend was not near that low. So we're going to reinstitute our consultant that did the rate study and let them look at some of these trends and see if this is a one-off or if we need to be more concerned. The average user right now is somewhere just less than $90 a month. So if you had a increase of 10% that it would take to offset some of these, that'd be another $9 a month in essence. But we don't know yet if indeed that's going to be required until we finish our annual trend and then look at some other areas and see what the trends are or are anticipated to be through our rate consultant.
Yes, correct.
So and I accept that, but I would say the sooner we can figure out what we need to do here, the better, because the longer we wait, the worse it gets, and then the bigger the pain that we have to take to get it back in line. So the sooner we can get going and decide and start taking some action, the better off it's going to be for everybody.
And so you'll see later on in one of the slides that we are suggesting going for the rate study. We generally do it every 3 to 5 years anyway, and we're about the 3-year mark. We do want to move that forward to fiscal year '24, get that going, and they could help us with both not only just our operations, but also the septic to sewer project and maybe moving that forward as well. So, and we don't have to wait. So once the consultant does come up with their information and what their recommendations are, we can bring that to council, and you don't necessarily have to wait till the end of a fiscal year to implement that. So right now, we've currently using the septic to, our previous study that said 3.75% per year was the increase. So we have the 3.75% built in for fiscal year '24, starting October 1. But again, we could implement that for October 1 and then halfway through the year, implement a higher amount if needed. Or we could wait till the next fiscal year.
You could phase any requirement.
Yeah. So.
And/or take a really hard look at what we can cut.
Yes.
I know there's not a lot, but
Right. And again, we are conservative, so, again, looking at that pro forma, how much will be turned back from the divisions? Sometimes it's hard to estimate. Some years it's more than others, but, you know, they do turn back whatever they do not use, and that might help the fiscal year '27 look as we move forward.
And some of the projects that you referenced that were moved out, that helps a little bit, but, you know, many of these, unfortunately, we're paying for the infrastructure sins of the past, trying to, you know, fix things and upgrade things that are way overdue and need to be replaced. Now we don't have the latitude we would have had under a normal situation, so.
And it's quality of life for a lot of people as well, so that's really important.
Yep. So our revenue assumptions, it was just important to note that for fiscal year '23, they're coming in under budget as far as the water and sewer revenue coming in. Some of the contributing factors is we had Hurricane Ian, so customers may have had reduced consumption while awaiting repairs. It can vary by rainfall each year, conservation efforts, economic factors, people are trying to save, and then our AMI equipment. So again, any failures there. We've had Zenner out the past month and a half trying to do some work on some of that equipment. And then we already talked about the water and wastewater impact fees coming in a little lower than traditionally we've seen. And again, that could just be this 1 year, and then it kind of comes back next year. So again, we're showing the rate increases of 3.75% through fiscal year '28, but higher increases may be needed due to significant increases in operating costs. And this is where you can see when we talk about fiscal year '24 operating costs overall are going up 9.5%. That's personnel and operating total combined. So fiscal year '24 to '28, again, we use a conservative estimate of 0.5% growth, and we use averages to account for consumption changes. Again, we never know which year is going to have, the rainfall is going to be different than the prior year, and what's going to cause some of those changes in our consumption use. For fiscal year '24 through '28, we're using water impact transfer for the debt service on the RO plant. '26 through '28, we're using the wastewater impact transfer for the partial debt service on the wastewater treatment plant improvement project that's just getting started. Fiscal year '28, we do estimate the annual assessments for the septic to sewer project area 1 to come in. On the personnel side, there was one position requested for utilities engineer position to assist the engineering manager with day-to-day operations. The annual cost approximately $88,000 per year. Other personnel estimates are going to be the same as we talked about for the general fund. On the operations side, again, they followed the same type of requests, 3%, and then we'll have some items of note for the ones that went over. So the computer overhead for this fund was approximately 29% increase. Again, they're having fewer employees added, so the use is a little bit less, so the percentage was a little bit less. The new storage tank, so the items of note that we want to talk about are the new storage tank maintenance contract, $65,000 per year. There's increased overtime for after-hour calls that we're seeing. Chemical costs continue to see high percentage increases, anywhere from 27 to 63%, depending on the chemical. Biosolid disposal increases if the hayfield use is discontinued, $335,000. And then the rate study for $50,000. So
And
again,
when you look at some of these, we're having materials and supplies as well as contractual prices go up 20 to 40% or more. So when we look at the percent increase in the budget, for example, the water line that the mayor referenced, that went up 100%. I mean, just because of the cost of materials and, you know, when you're looking at the tight pipe, et cetera. So, you know, we're trying to balance the infrastructure needs and what does need replaced and what it impacts with how can we efficiently provide that service while we're reducing costs. For example, all the engineering services that were required every time we put a new line in or something. We have a lot of these projects that not only does it cost a lot more to get the engineering services now, but the time it takes to get an engineer that's available to do a lot of this. So we have to look at how can we get them completed, how can we get them designed, and how can we move forward with these projects while costs are continuing to escalate. So, I mean, it's a fine line, fine balance, but, it's still something that has to be operated in a way that our residents are provided the service that they're accustomed to.
Yep.
And the issue with the Bell Harbor water main project, for those who don't know what that's about, when somebody turns their sprinklers on, you get no water coming out of the faucet in the house. That's how bad it is in the bird section right now. And we had a complaint letter from a resident last week, but I personally experienced the same thing just 2 weeks ago. My husband was out testing the water sprinklers because he had to replace a couple of heads because our lawn guy broke a bunch of them again, like he always does. And so while he was out there doing that, he was testing the different zones to make sure everything worked. And I'm in the kitchen, and I went to wash some dishes, and I was like, there's no water. I said, the water, I didn't know what was going on. And then I found out that that's what it was. So it's got to be fixed.
And that's one of the issues that growth also causes as we start seeing less and less vacant property and more consumption. One of the things we've also done this past year is, especially in the downtown core, we had a water model constructed that was just finalized recently. That's a substantial tool that we can use for some of the projects we're looking at. The other thing, of course, we serve in and outside the city, but as we're looking at annexation and we look at growth and we look at necessary development, certainly those impact fees and those revenues that come in help mitigate some of the reduction in revenues and increase in expenses that we're seeing currently. So that's also an important consideration when we look at all the policies and procedures as we move forward.
And that's another reason why we wanted to do the rate study now, is because costs, the last time we did the rate study, were just much different than what we're seeing right now. So we really need to get that added in.
It's not going to get better if we wait.
Exactly.
It's not.
So just like the general fund, the utilities fund does have a capital outlay program. You can see the requests for each division. Anything, they try to keep theirs about 700,000, so you do see the unspecified equipment needs, so that as each year comes on, they put other funds in for unforeseen things that might come up at the plants, because again, a lot of their equipment is very high dollars. On the expense assumptions for other types of things, again, we're currently using current revenues and operating reserves to help fund our 5-year CIP. We estimated the debt service on the wastewater treatment plant using the state revolving loan funds. You have your estimated debt service for the water treatment plant filtration project. That one's a bank financing. And again, we, in the early years, while we're constructing the project, we're increasing our SRF, state revolving loan fund, loan reserves to equal 1 year's estimated payments. We do maintain a $3.1 million operating reserve currently for this fund, and we do maintain that $1.5 million of R&R capital reserve. And again, that 1.5 we originally had for bonded debt covenant, but when that went away, we said it was a good idea to keep this for emergencies. Considerations for the utility fund, again, there's a lot of volatility for water and wastewater revenues based on droughts, rainfall conditions, watering restrictions, economic conditions. We still have the concerns about inflation and costs of materials and prices. Again, uncertainty of economic forecasts. And again, we, a consultant to explore alternative financing to extend beyond 20 years of the wastewater treatment plant improvement project. So we have talked to CDM Smith, I believe is the contractor for that project, about applying for the WIFIA, which is the Water Infrastructure, and I don't know the whole acronym, I'm sorry, but that would give us longer on the debt, which could help our picture because it's for the we're looking at just for the concrete portion of the project to extend that to the 30 years.
And that's very important because if you're looking at concrete structures that may last 30 years, that's one thing. But if you're looking at equipment that's going to fail in 20 and you're funding it over 30, You know, that's like buying your groceries on a credit card and then
Right.
only paying the minimum. You're gonna be double paying for infrastructure that's already failed, so you have to be very careful with your financing alternatives, but that's certainly an option if it doesn't cost you substantially to reduce the annual debt service requirement.
Right. And again, we'll look at the water treatment plant filtration project. That's still ongoing for any alternatives that might help reduce those costs. And again, we currently have that scheduled with a 15-year bank financing, and if it's possible, when we do go out for that financing, maybe we can get that for 20 years. And again, that would help the picture. We talked.
Certainly, water filtration is another because, you know, we have the RO and we have our surface water plant. Surface water plant has a lot of old components, and especially with the flow-by requirements during peak drought, different considerations of how much water you can take out, how it has to be treated, the cost of the equipment to treat it, very specialty equipment that is going up substantially. You know, ultimately, we have to look at where is our best water supply, how do we maintain that water supply, and what do we upgrade so that we have a reliable source well into the future. So all those considerations are currently in play.
Yep. I'm kind of already gone over a lot of these. And again, just continue to explore grant opportunities and opportunities with Charlotte County to help with possibly with the septic to sewer. Any questions there?
Any questions for Kristen that we haven't already asked? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So just so, in case I was lost in all the numbers, so we're contemplating a rate increase of what percentage? Is that what I saw?
So for October 1, definitely 3.75% as per our last rate study, and then we would go do another rate study, and so depending on what comes
So
from
this one's
that.
like automatic is what we're,
It is only automatic as in that it was recommended by the rate consultant and council has to approve it each year.
okay. What it appears that we need one, just,
It appears that we need that and more.
exactly,
Right.
but,
This will tell us.
Right.
And impact fees. Impact fees separate from revenue.
So they will look at the impact fees as well, like we did the last time. So they could look at all of our projects that have gone up in price and determine if our impact fees should be higher costs.
So, but the state legislature has put the hammer down on that as well, so we have to be cognizant of the fact that we can only go up a certain percentage if we have to increase impact fees.
Correct, and I think there are certain parts of the regulation that you can go the whole amount, but it requires some certain
Yeah. You have to jump through some basic hoops.
hoops,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, okay.
And utilities versus the general impact fee for things like roads, et cetera, there's some different nuances, but
Yes.
have to be very cognizant of it.
Bill?
Are we locked into the 3.5? Or can we as a
The 3.75?
council? Yeah,
No, it's up to you what that rate increase will be this
I mean, we
year.
could go up to 5, let's say, I mean, something like that.
You could.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Kristen.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Was
If it's
that a
okay with
motion?
you, we'll do a 5-minute break. Okay, 5-minute break. We'll be back at
I was asking
12:15.
if that was a motion.
Oh.
That was a joke, but that's.
You go to the bathroom?
Yeah.
Brad, are you aware that we're not being televised live?
YouTube took it out about 45 minutes ago. We can't do anything about it midstream because the Granicus is still going. So we did not lose the Granicus stream, we just lost the YouTube stream.
We need to fix that. Okay. We're going to call the meeting back to order, and the next agenda
to private nonprofits, there's a two-part test. The first is whether or not the public is the primary beneficiary of the lease. And in most cases, I think the city's leases would fit with and satisfy that test. The second part of that test, though, has to do with the amount of control that the city has retained over the property that it's leasing. And this applies not just to nonprofits, but also to private corporations. And I raised the question recently when we were dealing with the potential loan to a private for-profit corporation having to do with the verandas. But in a couple of the leases, some of the older leases that I was asked to take a look at for various reasons recently, it became apparent to me that some of these older leases lack the powers that the Attorney General says needs to be in those leases to make a valid lease of public property for these non-public entities. And in particular, there's like several paragraphs or provisions that really should be there. One of which is that the city has the absolute right to terminate the agreement if there's a paramount public purpose that is necessary to take that action. I'll give you a hypothetical. Let's say that, well, I'll just give you a hypothetical, not that it has anything to do with reality. But let's say that there's a parcel out there that we've been leasing for some sort of community endeavor, clearly providing some sort of public benefit. But let's just say that the city decides that it needs that parcel for its new public service building. Even though the original lease would have been appropriate given the fact that it's serving a public benefit, if the city really needs that parcel more than the benefit that's being provided by whatever agency is currently occupying that property, the city must have the right to exercise its absolute authority and say, we're sorry, but we need this property for a paramount public purpose, and we're going to have to terminate your lease. So that's one type of provision that needs to be in these leases to be satisfying the second part of the test that the Attorney General has recognized. The second one is where the city should have control to make sure that the purpose for which the property has been leased is maintained, and that there's really no change in that purpose. And one of the ways that the city can, and these leases need to make sure that stays protected in that instance, is that the lease should provide that the tenant, the lessee, does not have the right to sublet the property for any purpose unless expressly authorized by the city council. And that ensures that the purpose that was initially intended to satisfy the first test, the public interest test, is maintained. There's also a requirement that the tenant should maintain appropriate insurance to protect the city from any type of claim that could be made against the city. And so in the leases that I've looked at relatively recently, it appears to me that those three aspects that the Attorney General indicated need to be in those leases to make it a valid lease of public property are absent. And I don't know how many leases we have out there that don't meet the test. A lot of them are probably, like I said, some of older vintage. But I think it may be worth a review of the city's leases. I have no idea how many property leases the city has. But to make sure that they do have those provisions, and those that don't, I think it would be appropriate to renegotiate the lease in order to make sure those provisions are in there to ensure the public that those leases do not run afoul of the constitutional prohibition. Is that about where you wanted me to go with this, Greg?
Yeah, well, yes, and I apologize I didn't get to kick it off here, but
It's all right. I blamed you for not being here.
Yes, we have had several discussions about leases in several venues. So if indeed the lease does not meet those provisions and the lease is invalid, shall we say, can that lease just be terminated? And also in the case that there's review of an ongoing public purpose that may have changed, who makes that determination? And if the lease runs afoul of council having authority to overtake a property for public purpose that they feel is not occurring, what happens then? Especially if that lease does not meet the three conditions that you just specified.
Well, I think that the starting point would be to take a look at the leases and find out whether or not they meet the three, and there may be more, but the three indications of the control that is necessary according to the Attorney General. And with respect to any leases that we find that don't have those, the city certainly can terminate them, but I think maybe the city might, the better approach might be that as long as the facility is still serving a valid public interest, still satisfies the first part of the Attorney General's test, that we require renegotiation, and absent a voluntary cooperative renegotiation, I think the city could exercise its right to terminate. Clearly that might open the door for litigation, but based on the case law that the Attorney General relied upon and the Attorney General's opinions, I believe that we would be successful in showing that because it was unconstitutional, the courts should consider that lease to be void from the start. Not simply voidable, but void from the start, meaning that there's no rights that the tenant would be able to argue they have with respect to the lease if it was unconstitutional to begin with.
And when you talk about renegotiation, if it's still meeting its public purpose, if indeed it is not deemed to meet its public purpose, then the lease could just be voided?
Well, if it's not meeting its public purpose, then it doesn't satisfy the first test, and again, it would be void, and the city would have the ability to terminate that lease and be defensible in court.
And who makes that determination that it's not meeting the original intent of its public purpose?
Well, that would be the city council. You know, bear in mind that
It's a rhetorical question.
Well, bear in mind that some of these leases, the city council that made that determination would have been many, many years ago.
Right.
But it's the current city council that should have the absolute control with respect to how the city's public property is utilized in its governmental capacity. Any questions?
Well, how do we proceed to get this started?
So I'm assuming, and I'll look at the clerk, I'm assuming that we have a list of all of the leases of city-owned property. And I'm hoping it's not a really long list, and hopefully you can produce for the city attorney's review those leases, and I can, figure out which ones look like they may run afoul of the Attorney General's opinion and which ones are adequate. And the ones that run afoul, I'll bring them back to your attention and appropriate action.
We do have a list that's already consolidated of all the leases in the city. And I would just suggest that if we think we're having problems with, certain leased facilities, maybe we could start with those and work down the list so we can address the most pressing problems first.
Yeah.
I think we need to do that sooner than later.
Yes,
And with that said, and this is why, of course, I've been on the record a couple times saying this is why I don't like long leases. Is there a way that maybe to make this a little bit easier in the future, instead of possibly waiting for an issue, kind of have a tickler file that every 5 to 10 years, or however Mr. Levin would like to do it, they're just automatically reviewed? They're automatically looked at to make sure that everything is still in place? Would that be something that would be proactive, or?
Again, the Attorney General says the city should have absolute control over its leases. So whatever policy that you'd like to set for periodic review is fine. I know customarily municipalities have been willing to grant leases in perpetuity, or even 99-year leases and what have you. In today's world, I'm not sure that that's really a very appropriate way of conducting public business, especially since things change so quickly these days.
And we do have leases that even say, if you don't think it's going to be a public purpose anymore, you have to give notice and give people a chance to now create that public purpose, so the lease will continue, and there's really no out for the city whatsoever. And of course, that could occur every year.
We established for the, not we, but we got outside help on this, established a standard form lease for the renting of the Harold Court Center. I think it would behoove the city to establish a standard form lease for the rental of its city properties. And through this process, we can do that.
The public purpose is really the whole overarching.
Yeah, the public purpose, the courts are very deferential with respect to a finding of public purpose, and look to the city councils to figure out what they believe to be in the public interest. So I suspect that the majority of the leases, and maybe I shouldn't be saying this, but I suspect that the majority of the leases are probably satisfying a public purpose. There might be some rare exceptions. Yep. But the amount of control that creates the problem for the city may be lacking, and that's where we focus.
So again, what was your point about subleasing? The entity subleases to another entity, and maybe they're not in a public purpose.
Well, the Attorney General basically says that the provision should not allow for subleasing. That gives the city the protection, because then you'd have to, if you put a provision in there that says, well, it shouldn't be sublet without the consent of the written consent of the city council, then the city council has to then go and determine in each of those instances, whether it's meeting the public interest. And how far from the original public interest has been deviated to accommodate the sublease. And so, ultimately, it would be the city council's decision when we get to that point to either have a provision that says no subleasing, period, or no subleasing without the written consent of the city, and then I would add the words, the decision of which is within the absolute discretion of the city council. So,
Which means it can still happen, you just make sure that you're continuing the public purpose that was originally intended.
Well, exactly.
And
Has
then-
to tie back to the
and then
mission
there's-
of what you're
right,
supposed to
and
be
then
doing.
there's still, and I think that the comment was apropos, what happens if we have something out there now that is not really doing the public purpose that it was initially intended? And unless you have a periodic review of the lease, that may be able to go on for a long time before somebody brings it to the city council's attention. So, that's an area that can be tightened up as well. Again, I've had very little opportunity, and I've been city attorney, as you know, for quite some time, very little opportunity to actually draft an original lease for city property. Most of them we've inherited for quite some time.
Old leases.
Yeah.
So we've been drilling down on the whole, what leases do we have? How do we charge people for leases? What are the conditions? What is the public purpose? Are they doing that? Do we need to modify anything? And we're just at that point where we're drilling down, getting more granular on specific leases that we need to look at and see, are they still fulfilling the public purpose that council intends? And do they meet the criteria that legal specified? And should we be taking any action? So that's kind of where we are.
And I'm going to give it an example without giving any specific name at the moment. There's a lease we have out there that actually makes reference to the Attorney General's opinion as to what needs to be in the lease in order to satisfy the ability to not violate the Constitution. And none of the attributes that the Attorney General required are in that lease, even though they made reference to it. So, and unfortunately or unfortunately, that lease was actually written by someone other than the city attorney at that time. So it's just something that we need to take a look at.
Bill?
I think we have a couple, three to kind of fit in that bill that we're talking about. Could the city attorney look at that between now and next Wednesday so we could take action if there's something out there that we need to do pretty quickly before we go on this summer break?
I wanted to see the look on his face.
Well, there's at least a couple that I think we can pull out of the hopper.
I was going to remind you that as soon as we're done today, I'm going to be putting my Hawaiian shirt and blue jeans on and heading over to the annual Florida Municipal Attorneys Association conference. Having said that, if I'm sure Odalis is listening and the clerk is here, if I can get the list of leases, and Greg, you can probably identify the ones at the highest priority.
And Dallas helped create that list, she has it.
And she'll email them to me, and I'll be able to look at them while I'm at the conference.
Great, like that. Thank you.
Okay. Are we all done with that one? Yes. Okay. All right, so now we will adjourn as city council, and we will reconvene as the Burnt Store Isles Canal Maintenance Assessment District. And we are now in session as the Burnt Store Isles Canal Maintenance Assessment District. And we're going to be discussing fiscal year 2024 Burnt Store Isles Canal Maintenance Assessment District budget status and discussion.
Just waiting for it to come up. There we go. Kristen Simeone, Finance Director. We brought the BSI Canal Maintenance information regarding the proposed budget to the advisory board, and what you'll see today is their recommendations that we're bringing forward. So first is the history of assessments, and you can see the assessment rates that are currently in place for fiscal year 23. The operating assessment was $760 with additional $100 specifically for one of their special projects, which was the lock removal channel widening project. For fiscal year '24, the Canal Maintenance Assessment Advisory Committee has recommended a $985 single-family residential assessment rate. So again, the $760 is the operating assessment. They're recommending $125 for the lock removal project specifically because the costs have gone up. And then for fiscal year '24, an additional assessment to start putting aside reserves for the other two projects that we'll go over. So in the pro forma, the fiscal year '24 operating assessment is showing $760 with an annual increase of $25 specifically for cost escalations. In fiscal year '24, you'll also see the lock removal project assessment at $125, and then for '25 through '28, $90 annually, and that's for the interfund loan to pay back that on that project. For fiscal year '24 through '28, they asked for that reserve assessment, $100 annually, so you see it in all years there. The special projects still require approval before funding and assessment is determined. We do have funds in there for the federal and state assistance percentage, 95% for Hurricane Irma riprap mitigation. We are still waiting approval from FEMA to move that project forward. And then for Hurricane Ian, we have 82.5% from the federal and state assistance. And that's for the seawall replacements and what we estimate for the mitigation. Operating expenditures, again, are very similar to all the other funds as far as personnel and operating costs. We already went over general liability. There is $62,500 estimated for seawall replacement for possible failures in fiscal year '24. All other costs are for the actual Hurricane Ian projects and replacements. The annual program would resume in fiscal year 2025. So you'll see that in there, and you'll see the additional $100,000 for the channel corner widening feasibility study that they would like to do before moving that project ahead. The lock removal project had an increase total of $400,000, and as I mentioned, $125 will come from the assessment. The rest will be coming from reserves to finish funding that project. And then you'll see the debt for hurricane replacements in fiscal year '24 and the interfund loan fiscal year '25 to '28. For '25 through '28, it's just our normal standard percentage increases, except for inlet dredging, $28,000 per year, and the seawall assessment of $10,000 every other year. In fiscal year '23, the riprap mitigation project is approximately $310,000. It will carry over to fiscal year '24 if it doesn't get started. And then in fiscal year '24 through '28, the special projects are on the next page, and we'll go there. So the two extra projects are the land acquisition for staging, and the division had requested started setting aside $100,000 per year to start looking for land, and then the channel corner widening project. And this is actually for the engineering and construction, so this does not include the feasibility study that's separately listed on the other page. I do make a note down here that every $100 assessment would equal approximately $103,000 revenue, just so you have a basis for what an assessment would bring in. And so then, because of that extra $100,000 that the the advisory committee asked for, you'll see a separate reserve for that. So here is their pro forma, and it has two sections. The very last four lines is if you were to include those projects, what would it do to the reserves? But above that, you can see what without those projects in there, what you have. With the extra 500,000 at the end of fiscal year '28 set aside for either or both of those projects. Any questions?
Melissa?
So, going back to slide 9, just for
Okay.
reference.
Oops, 9.
7, I mean, I'm sorry, 7.
7, okay.
Can't talk today. So we have, special products. So we have lock removal for barge access, which again, correct me if I'm wrong on any of this, is to allow for a bigger barge to be able to not have to be broken down, put into the canals and can do their work.
Correct.
Then we have money that we're maybe setting aside for land acquisition for staging. And then we have the corner widening. Again, I'm assuming the corner widening is for barge access.
Correct.
Okay. So my question, especially for my group, was, are we, do we have an intention of doing all 3? I know that, I assume a lot of people would agree that no one wants land beside their house that's going to be a permanent staging area for, the barges. I think that's going to really cause an issue unless you're looking at land that's not within BSI or not within one of the channels, the canals. So I guess the question is, we have a lot of money set aside for all these projects. Is it necessary to do all these projects?
And I think that was the board's reasoning for wanting to do the feasibility study to see if there's maybe other, like say for the channel corridor widening project, is there another way to get a barge in there? Based on like the current sizes of the barges that are being used. And again, we don't know if there's gonna be other opportunities for them to get into those sections where they need that widening.
I think what I recall hearing from members of that committee was that the lock removal is imperative, because we've got to be able to get a barge in there without having to assemble it once it gets inside BSI. So that would be, I would say, if you're prioritizing, I would say that's the #1 project that has to be done. And I agree with you. Do we have to do all 3 of these? The land acquisition for staging, I don't know if they've identified a place yet or not, but we previously voted as a council in a couple of years ago that we would not purchase a residential lot within PGI or BSI so that people didn't have to have a permanent staging lot next door to their homes. So they need to be identifying a place where they can do land acquisition for the BSI canal system if they're going to do that at all.
Right, and I think they are looking at a commercial property. I think they did understand that you didn't want it on a residential lot, but the commercial properties therefore are a little higher priced than what you might see on a residential lot.
I would insist that we follow through on what that vote was a few years ago, that we don't look to do a residential lot within BSI. There's no way that I would want to spend the kind of money I'm spending to build a house in BSI or PGI, either one, and then have a permanent staging lot next door to my house. That was, we talked about that ad nauseum a few years ago.
I think the committee understood that as well.
Yeah. So then the channel corner widening, that was pushed back several years because there wasn't funding for it. And I'm not sure that that is a priority 1 type of project, to answer your question, Melissa. And I kind of agree that, do we need to continue accruing funds and putting them in an account only to never end up maybe doing that project? So, I think they have to really decide how important that is. But I would say the first 2 probably, in order of how they appear on this page, would be the order of priority for those 3 projects.
Yep.
If you had the ability to have the barge in there, do you need a property? Or I would assume you still need somewhere to stage, even if the barge is already in there? Okay, just for...
Yeah, they have to be able to have a place where they can,
true.
bring in the seawall panels by land and deliver them to the barge on the water side.
Yeah, you're right.
That's the one issue, so they have to have a staging area.
And what's really driving that, of course, is the reduction of the number of vacant lots because of growth. And, we're at almost 90% there. So that doesn't give you near as many lots, and the lots that are available are in closer proximity to residential homes because they're being built out. So that was to give you the commercial opportunity as opposed to the residential.
Seems to me like the widening project and the corner project are somewhat related, because if you can't get the barge if you can get the barge in because you don't have the lock, but if you can't make the turn, it doesn't really matter if you got in there or not. So to me, I'm wondering why they're even separated unless that's not an issue. But I've been in there and it's tight. And if you're going to take the lock out to put a bigger barge or a barge, then they got to be able to make the turn.
I think the channel corner widening is at like in a specific areas.
Yeah.
And so because of where it's located, there's, it's not the whole district. So that was, I think, the question of why, if there's a different way they could maybe get in there.
Okay.
Okay. So,
So I could bring up on this pro forma, they did ask the 125 to actually fund the lock widening, the lock removal project. And then you'll see that extra $100 was for the staging specifically that they were requesting.
Melissa?
You may not be able to answer this, but I'm just curious. This would be with BSI and PGI. Do we know, I know, before Ian, we were talking about having to raise more money because of all the, stage 5 seawalls, et cetera. Did the hurricane take care of a lot of that for us by chance?
I mean, it took care of some of it, right? Obviously, the ones that were already 5s that were in our plan for this year we had to do ourselves. Like FEMA does not cover it. So the ones that FEMA's covering are really maybe some of the ones that would have been done in out years.
So I bring that up because I think there's a little bit of rumblings out there that, well, maybe we don't have to raise or, have our funds raised that much because Ian probably took care of a lot of those for us. And so what you're saying is that probably isn't the case.
Right.
There's also an issue that we don't know yet how much FEMA and the state are going to reimburse the city for the seawalls that fell during Ian.
Right, we're not obligated yet.
And even if we don't do the annual seawall replacements right now, we may need some of that money that's in that account for both of those districts to use toward the replacement of the seawalls that fell from Ian. And we may need to go back, like we did after Irma, and do an assessment in addition to that, depending upon how the budget works out. So that's potentially something that could still happen. Until we know what FEMA's going to do, that's almost impossible to diagnose that.
Right.
Yeah, Mark?
Having been on the PGI Canal Advisory Committee myself and having a member sitting on the committee now on my advisory panel, I had some detailed conversations with him, and in my experience, the assessments that we were talking about last year were to get ahead of the obsolescence. And so even though Ian did take care of some of it, it didn't, like you said, didn't take care of all of it, but every year you're obsolescing the walls further and further, and until we get ahead of it, we're going to have a problem. And it is far more expensive to replace the wall than it is when you have an emergency than it is to get ahead of it. And if it's especially difficult if you're the person's wall that fell and you're looking at your yard going into the canal every day and you can't sleep at night because, and it's going to take 18 months or 2 years to get it done. So that was the purpose of last year's exercise in raising the fees. And I'll have more to say when we talk about PGI, but that applies to both.
Yep. So in this pro forma, the committee didn't really recommend any major increases for the operation, so for their standard program. Currently, all these extra increases, except for the $25 per year, are for specifically the projects. So the lock removal and starting to set aside money for the staging, land acquisition for the staging. And there's no funds being accumulated for the channel corridor widening at this time.
What are we doing to inform the residents in these 2 canal maintenance districts what the fees are going to be for next year? Last year we had public workshop type things with the canal team that was there to explain some of this stuff. Because when you do an increase like this, you can't just throw it in their face and say, you're stuck with it. You have to educate people about it and make them understand the reasons why things are gonna happen.
So we could start doing some of that this summer. We'd probably want to do it before their notices go out, so we could work with maybe,
It has to be done
Well-
before the budget is approved in September, is I guess the point.
yes, but you may want it before, like, the notices that the county sends out, the trim notices that go out in August.
Yep.
We might want to try and do it before that, because otherwise they'll see it on the trim notice before we've had a chance to discuss it.
Yep. I think we need to do that because this is a fairly substantial increase for them. So what do you want from us at this point?
If you're okay with their recommendation, that's what we'll move forward with as far as preparing the rest of the budget. Again, you have another chance to change, the decisions in September. This would just be what the maximum would be when it goes on the trim notice, so that when it's on the trim notice, we can't go above that. You can always lower it from the trim notice to what you decide in September.
So essentially, a motion to approve the recommended amount at this point?
That'd be fine.
Yeah, this will then be used to go to the public and start explaining what the proposal is. Until we know what council's comfortable with, can't do a whole lot if indeed you want this, if you want a project off, or if you want the operational end to be higher, then all of that is what would come out of this meeting.
Someone want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion, we accept the recommendation from the BSI committee.
Second.
And that amount will be? $985
$900, yes.
per year per property. Okay, we have a motion and a second to increase the BSI canal maintenance fees for 2024 to $985 for purposes of the trim notice. Any further discussion?
Second.
Oh, we had a second already. Thank you. We had a second already.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you. All those
You
in
said
favor?
there is a second, not is there a second, okay.
Okay,
long
all
day.
those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay. We are adjourned as the Burnt Store Isles Canal Maintenance Assessment District, and we are reconvening as Punta Gorda Isles Canal Maintenance Assessment District.
Okay. So again, we'll start you with the history of the assessments for the PGI Canal Maintenance District Fund. For fiscal year '23, the operating assessment was $950. You can see back in 19 and 20 was when we had the Hurricane Irma assessment rate, which we were able to drop off. Originally, it was going to be 4 years, and we were able to drop off after 2 years. So the PGI Canal Maintenance Fund proposed single-family residential assessment rate per lot is $950. And again, we'll go over all the expenditures and costs and then the program and projects. So again, the committee is recommending just leaving the operating assessment rate at the $950 for fiscal year '24, and then going back to increasing it to the $150 per year as discussed in the prior year. And the only reason doing it that way was just because the first years we're still working all on Hurricane Ian. And then we do budget for, again, that we will get the federal and state assistant, and the percentage was 95% for Hurricane Irma riprap and 87.5% for Hurricane Ian. And you'll see in there the transfer lines coming from the general fund for the financing coming into PGI, as well as the cost of the replacements when we get to the expenditures.
I thought we already had the permitting for this.
So we do have the permitting.
On page 4 of the presentation.
Page 4.
The last line says.
Okay, yes. So I'm sorry, that should have been updated. We do have the permitting, but we are still waiting for FEMA approval to move forward with the project.
So that money is in our account though, correct? For the Irma stuff?
No, because it's a FEMA only reimburses, so we haven't spent the funds, so therefore we are not reimbursed. We budget for the expense and the revenue. On the expenditure side, again, we reduced the annual program because it's not like we would be able to do that. We have our contractors in there working on the Hurricane Ian walls, but we did add an estimated amount for seawall replacements, similar to what we did in BSI. So you'll see we did $250,000 in fiscal year '24 for that. And again, this fund had a higher percentage of computer overhead. They had additional staff needed and GIS use for these programs. For fiscal year '25 through '28, the inlet dredging is held at $85,000 per year, mangrove trimming at $65,250 per year, and their seawall assessment fluctuates every other year between $30,000 and $20,000 every other year. And then you'll see, because of the $150 assessment increase, we, in the annual seawall program, an extra 1,400 lineal feet added per year. And then the rest are our normal standard percentage increases. And on this slide, we did update that the permit was received, but we were awaiting FEMA authorization. And again, it will carry forward to fiscal year '24 if it's not started in '23. We do have the repayment of debt also that would be carried over. And then in 2024, we would expect, if we can, as quickly as we get reimbursed from FEMA, we would reimburse on the debt for those seawalls. And the special projects are on the next slide, and the funding comes from planned reserves. So these are the two projects. They have some replacement of equipment, and then the spoil site channel. And again, every $100 of assessment equals approximately $520,000 in revenue for this fund. And here's the pro forma. And again, you can see the reserves are still pretty good at the end of fiscal year '28 with $1 million there. And so the board did recommend the assessment rate of $950 for fiscal year '24, and then including the $150 extra needed in the remaining of the pro forma. Any questions?
So
Why would we not just make both of them $985? You're gonna have people in Burnstone Isles going crazy.
We could do that.
Mark?
Well, back to what I was saying before. Last year, they were recommending an increase of, I think, over $600, and that was what was needed based on that study that was done to get ahead of the obsolescence, before we start having real problems and getting all these walls replaced by sometime in like 2040 or something like that. And we, as a council, decided that 600 was too much, so we only did 300, with the understanding that we would probably have to do the remaining 300 this year, because like I said earlier, the longer you go with building the pain up, the more pain you have when you get to the end. And so by increasing it more now, you'd increase it less later if we wait. So I don't understand why the committee chose to take zero increase, or recommending to take zero increase this year, and then taking 150 the following year and 150 the year after that. I'd like to see Gary Disher's, he had a study, his take on the study and what that would do to our ability to get ahead and stay ahead. I'm not saying that we should just increase it randomly, but the study was very definitive of what we needed to do and how quickly we needed to do it and what it was going to cost to do it. And This is all about the poor people that are having their walls collapse and are sitting there for years waiting, watching their yards go into the canal. So I understand that it's painful, to take a big increase, but we knew this was coming last year and now it's not here, and I'm just concerned with what that is doing downstream. And it's just, instead of being 1,200, maybe it's gonna be 1,500 or 2,000 because we waited too long to take it, and now we have more and more seawall fall. And seawall, we only get reimbursed when the seawall falls during a named storm. We had seawall fall last year that wasn't in a named storm, and we're not getting reimbursed for that. So we have to get ahead of this. As much as it's painful and as much as it's difficult, we have to get ahead of this. And I'm not sure that we're doing that with what the advisory committee is recommending. So I personally would like to see, why are they recommending this, stretching this out, when last year they were recommending it needed to be more sooner?
Well, and I think part of it is from finance and the division for fiscal year '24, they weren't going to be able to do the program. So I think that is why, even when we proposed it, we didn't include the extra $150 for fiscal year '24.
But the reserves go from over 6 million down to just over 1 million in 5 years. I mean, we're draining the reserves, and my point is that in order to build those reserves back later, it's going to be more painful later. Do it now. We need to hold the reserves high, even though we can't spend it. We need to get the reserves built up and hold those so that we can get this project going and replace this wall faster.
And also what we're proposing to FEMA is approximately 7 miles of seawall, so that would come off the whole program that was needed. So I think that's why it kind of just went back to doing it in fiscal year '25. But council can decide whichever way they would like to move forward.
I'd like to see Gary Disher's update his take on this study and what doing this plan how that would impact his study and the ability to replace the walls by the time that they're going to obsolesce out.
The seawalls, the newer seawalls from Irma that failed from Ian was how many feet? 40,000 lineal feet?
10 miles. It was about 10 miles, wasn't it?
You're talking about the ones that failed during Ian.
The seawalls that were replaced after Irma that failed during Ian. There were some new seawalls that failed during Ian.
Right.
And how many lineal feet was that?
It was, I believe it was in the hundreds, actually.
Oh, I thought it was only like 40.
Because we only had 40,000 feet total of seawall that collapsed.
Okay.
And I think they failed, one, because there's not riprap where there should have been, and two, you got an old wall next to a new wall, and when the old wall goes, it pulls the new wall down. So that's another reason to get the old wall out of there as fast as we can, because FEMA only pays once. If they're not going to pay, if they bought a wall and that wall goes down for any reason, they're not going to pay. It's on us.
Well, my understanding from, I've spoke to somebody that's on the Canal Advisory Committee for PGI, and what I was told is that Finance did the presentation and made a recommendation for no increase. Mm-hmm. And they just they said basically they were just told to acknowledge and make a recommendation to approve what Finance submitted. So they didn't really have too much of an active discussion about going back and increasing the fees again. And that's where part of the problem is. So it would be up to the council to decide if we want to go forward with an increase again, and even if it's $100, maybe that's what we should do so we can continue slowly to build that account back up. But I agree with you, Mark. I think, our intent was to increase the reserve account so that we could ramp up the production of seawall panels and do them more proactively for the ones that were potentially going to fail in the next few years.
It's just a little bit hard because there's two things here. You got the finance part of it, and I understand you're making a recommendation. I find it hard to believe that we're making a recommendation that we're going to drain the reserves by $5 million, but that's the recommendation, okay. but there's an impact on that to the ability that has nothing to do with finance, but it's the impact of the ability to replace the wall in a timely manner, and that's Gary Disher. And he needs to weigh in on, okay, if finance says this, then how is that going to impact his ability, and are we putting ourselves at further risk down the road, not just of increasing the fees higher, which I think will happen, but to actually getting the wall done so they stop falling when we have a storm. And so that's that's the piece of it that we're missing. I'm not saying that it's wrong. I'm just saying, we said this last year, we went through the whole study, we went through all the meetings, with the residents, and Gary presented that part of it, and then there was the financial part of it. I'm not seeing the Gary part of it, and I'd like to see the Gary part of it before we decided, where we go.
We unfortunately don't have the time to do that, because next week we have to vote on a tentative millage rate. And all of the fees and assessments have to be approved at next week's meeting for the trim notices to go out in August. So we don't have time to be doing that, because that would require another conversation on this subject before we approve the millage rate next week.
So we could, again, if council would like, what goes on the trim notice doesn't have to be your final. So if you would like to see something in there that's higher than what was suggested here, we can do that and bring that to you next week, and then bring you the additional information at some point to go over that before September on what you would like to see. Because from what I'm hearing, it will just increase reserves, because we can't replace any more seawall in 2024 because of the capacity that we're already at for doing work in that area.
It'll increase the reserve so that we can execute the plan, the study that was presented. So I just disagree with running the reserves down that far. That we shouldn't. We know we have to replace the wall. We know we have to replace a lot more wall than we've already replaced in both hurricanes. And unless we have the reserves there to do it, it's a problem. You're not going to be able to do that. And you know what? It's not going to be our fault, because we're not going to be here. It's going to be the next council's fault, and or their problem, and the one after that. And we're going to have wall that's constantly falling, and people constantly not sleeping at night. I mean, that's what's going to happen, and we have to get away from that. And that's what this is all about. So I'm still on. Last year, the recommendation was $600. I've seen, and we took half. I see no reason, unless I could see how this pro forma impacts Gary Disher's take on this, I see no reason to do anything other than that. I could be convinced that it should be less, but I'd like to see what this does to our ability to replace all the wall by 2040, and that's not here.
Bill?
Something the mayor brought up, and I kind of like, why don't we bring them both up to $980 this year? So they're both the same.
But that doesn't do, I mean, that extra
No, I'm just saying for
$35
this
doesn't
one
do
time,
anything. Yeah.
and then get with them, and I think one of the complaints I'm hearing from my group is, we never know for sure what it's gonna be each year when we get down the road. And that's something we could do with the council, unless it's way out of whack for some reason, like $100 a year. Everybody knows it's gonna be $100 more a year. Everybody knows it. Something like that, or $150 a year. Everybody knows it. But right now, we got two different things here, and I kind of like the idea that the mayor suggested, bring both up to $980, both the same,
It
go
would
on
be
from there.
Yeah, 985 is what it would be.
Yeah.
And the pro forma from last year did show $150 each year. We just didn't include it for 2024, since we weren't going to be able to do a program, an annual program that year.
But we did 300 last year.
Yeah, for last year, but in the pro forma for the out years, it was the council had agreed on $150 going up each year.
All of it this year would be mitigation from Ian. We don't have a seawall program for at least a year, and that was part of what drove that.
Melissa?
I'm just curious, because, we're talking about it today, and we need to vote on it next week. Why is this coming to me a little bit late? I feel like there should have been more conversation maybe with this, or is this just kind of the way it usually is? I just feel like at least last year we had a lot more conversation and could get some more input.
We did have more input last year, just with short staff and, Hurricane Ian and stuff.
So it's
we're
not
pretty thin.
usual that it's coming to us this quickly. It's just
Correct.
Well, yes,
Again,
yes and no, because this next week has to be the trim notice, but you can always come down from the trim notice. Then we still have the public meetings, it still comes back to council, there's still a lot of discussion before you get to the final rate. So this is the first look at the pro formas, and if we did what was, in there last year, which is some of what we were relying on, it had 150 per year, and then Burnstone Isles, of course, had the projects that were in there that are listed here. So we kind of followed the program from last year, except for the 150 this year. And then the trim rate goes out. We have the meetings with the public, the council's involved in. We bring it back to council for discussion and meeting. So yes, it's coming in somewhat later, but at the same time, there's still a lot of discussion to be had before you make a final decision.
So before we make any kind of a vote on this, I think what we also have to take into consideration is everybody's going through hurricane restoration. Everybody. Financially speaking, that has been devastating for a lot of people. And, my house is a perfect example. I just got a roof on, and I just got a pool cage. And, it's 9 months after the hurricane. And I'm out of pocket a lot of money for both of those because it wasn't fully covered, and we had hurricane deductible and everything else. I don't think we can go in guns loaded and go another $300 on this fund. If we're putting the stuff in a reserve account, let's do it gradually and ease the pain a little bit. Eventually we will get there, but you gotta also remember that a lot of the seawalls that are being replaced from Ian are the seawalls that would have been in that program to go the $600 increase last year. So it may not be quite as bad as we're looking at, and I just think we have to be more moderate in what we decide on. I would really hate to put people in financial straits because of this. And I know we have to do it, I understand that, but I think doing something a little bit more moderate is gonna be less painful. It's just my personal feeling on it.
so with that said, you had kind of said just to kind of be even, we're at 950 in PGI, we're at 985 in BSI, and just bring it up to 985 for both, so at least it's just more.
I think we took half a loaf last year. The other half of the loaf should have been 300, so we've taken half of that loaf and it should be another 150. I mean, another $30, $35 is not gonna, it's gonna be a rounding error in trying to get closer to what we need to have. And we don't replace that much wall every year. I mean, it's only a mile or two, right? I mean, it's the actual, what we normally replace is minuscule compared to what needs to happen. It's not like we replace a whole lot of wall every year. So we just say, I mean, you guys do what you want, but I'm just saying we're kicking the can down the road when we should be addressing it now. That's the responsible thing to do. I think it is painful. This isn't going to come out of people's pocket for almost a year. I mean, if you wait till they're due in February. So we're not making a hard decision to fix the problem now. We're kicking the can down the road. That's my thought on it.
Do we have any idea of all the seawalls that were in, let's just take, when we talked last year about all the seawalls that were in imminent danger of failing, how many of the seawalls that failed from Ian were in that first 2-year list? Do we have any kind of comparison information?
I'm sure we do. I don't have it in front of me, but I don't know if
Perhaps
Brian does or
Mr.
not.
Clemens can speak to that? Because my concern is that, we may not need to go all the way up to a $600 increase, as we talked about last year, if a lot of those seawalls ended up falling from Ian and have to be replaced this year anyway. That's where I'm going with this.
Brian Clemens, for the record. I do not know those numbers. I'm trying to even recall if we had Gary Disher out for quite a period of time, so I'll have to go back and see. I'm sure we can produce it. That won't be the issue. I just don't know that we've taken that look.
You understand where I'm going with this? I'm just trying to determine of all the seawalls that we knew were in the first 2 years of the imminent danger of failing last year, how many of those?
I follow what you're getting at.
Yeah. Maybe you can distribute that information to council after the meeting sometime in the next few days.
Yes. Well, the smart strategic play right now would be to shoot high and then come down, because if you shoot low, you can't go up later. And if what we get presented in the future. And this is very late, because actually those meetings that we had were in May of last year, and here we are in July. So you're absolutely right that we are way late from where we were. But we strategically, shoot high. That doesn't mean that's what we're going to do, but shoot high, and then let's get the information. I feel like I'm being forced here to make a decision without full knowledge and full information, and that's going to lead to a bad decision. We can't make bad decisions.
Yeah, I get both of your points. As far as how many were in that failed were part of that list, and then how does it affect the future with the 7.25 miles that's gone down?
Can we
get
put
the projections?
Can we put this on the agenda next week, early in the meeting, and then talk about the millage rate after that in the meeting?
Yep, certainly.
That way we can have a little bit more information
that'd be
before
good.
we
Yeah,
have to
that'd be
vote
great.
on it. Are
I just
everybody
don't
okay
want to
with
make a
that?
bad decision, that's all, and I feel like we're being
Yeah.
forced into making a bad decision.
All right, so if we can get all that information compiled between now and next week, then we'll have a discussion in the early part of the meeting next week for this, and then we vote on the millage rate, tentative millage rate after that, during that same meeting.
Okay.
Okay?
It'll be its own agenda item, so the millage rate is one agenda item for the general fund, and then this will be for the assessment rate. It'll be broken out like it was at this meeting, so it can be together if you like.
So this needs to be discussed first.
Yes, we'll make sure that's
part of
on the
the-
agenda first, and then we'll put the,
Yeah.
and we can put, leave it blank, put a blank number in there, so that way whatever comes out from the discussion can be filled in as the
Okay.
resolution.
And I would also like to request that we schedule some workshops for the residents so that they understand what is going on with these fees.
We'll do
Please.
that.
Okay. Everybody on the same page on that? Okay. All right. So now we are adjourned as the PGI, Canal Maintenance Assessment District, and we will reconvene as City Council. Very confusing. Okay. City Clerk.
I'm standing in for the city clerk right now. This is an agenda item I placed on the agenda for my replacement for the Affordable Housing Committee. Council had appointed me to that committee for the vice mayor, and acting as liaison, we need to have someone else appointed.
Okay.
We are recommending Brittany Metzler from our Planner One. She's been attending with me, she's been introduced, and she knows the information that they've been dealing with over the last few months.
Okay. So we want to
Need it.
have a vote on that. We need a motion and a...
I'll make a motion to appoint.
Second?
We have a motion and 2 seconds to appoint Brittany Metzler to the Affordable Housing Authority Committee. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Karen Smith, City Clerk for the record, just a couple of other board items. So under vacancies, we still have a vacancy on the building board. We have 2 alternate seats on the Historic Preservation Advisory Board. Moving on to nominations, we do have an individual that is eligible for the Consumer Advocate seat on the building board, Mr. Era Abrahamian. He is the incumbent, and he is interested in continuing if you would like to nominate and appoint him. We have no other applicants at this time.
I move to nominate and appoint.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to nominate and reappoint Mr. Era Abrahamian to the building board. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. And then last, we have a nomination for the Planning Commission alternate. This was Ms. Tony Gray. There was a question about whether or not she was interested in serving as an alternate. So we said we would bring this back, and she is in fact interested. So if you would like to go ahead and nominate and appoint her.
I'll nominate and appoint.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to nominate and appoint Ms. Tony Gray to the Planning Commission as an alternate. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Okay. This says commissioner comments. That's not correct. City manager.
Not unless it's in CRA, then there's commissioner comments.
Well, yeah, that's wrong. I just noticed that. I wasn't looking at that before.
Again, please bear with us as we work through the process of recovering from some of the hurricane damage. You'll see things moving forward with City Hall in the next couple months. Our urban design staff will have to move to a different location so that we can get the City Hall portion, council chamber portion, under construction. So you'll see a lot of activity there. We continue to work on ways that we can get some of the infrastructure that we're still waiting on different approvals, everything from FDOT to FEMA, to get things done. And some of those we can't continue to wait, and we're going to have to just complete and then see if we can get reimbursed. If not, we're going to have to take some of our money and get those finished because they're becoming a larger liability than we'd like to see. So we're moving forward on those.
The mic's not on.
Do I have to start over? So we continue to work on those, and just thank staff for the work that they've done on all the projects in between. Have taken a substantial amount of time, everything from finance to procurement to public works. And we're trying to work on those as we move forward with the normal routine things as well. So thanks staff again for all the work they're putting into this, and we'll continue to move forward as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. City attorney.
Yes, I expect to come back from my conference with a much better understanding as to what the legislature has done to the municipalities this year.
We're going to have a long meeting, aren't we?
Yeah, we are.
Oh, dear. Okay. A couple of things from me. I'd asked the city clerk to please email all the council members on what the travel reimbursement policies for city council members are, and you all got that. I asked for that for a couple of reasons, because I didn't know if the newer council members had ever seen that document, because that was voted on last year. And secondly, I also asked for the dollar amount that was allocated in the budget for 2023 for each council member, and that amount is $5,000. And I wanted that so that we could make sure that we had at least the same amount for next year in going forward with budget planning. And looking at the expenses year to date for all the council members, that dollar amount is well within what we need for council reimbursement for different events and activities that we participate in. Excuse me, I have a dry throat today. You should have all received all of that information, and I think as far as what we talked about last year was to review it annually to make sure that that dollar amount was adequate for all the different things that all the council members participate in, and it does seem to be adequate. So I just wanted to share that with all of you to make sure everybody knew. Second of all, just a reminder, we have a meeting next Wednesday, July 12th, and then council will be on summer break until August 23rd. We will be accessible by email and phone, but preferably not in-person meetings during that time, because we all have a time off just like everybody else that we never get year-round. So we will, like I say, we'll be available for anything that comes up, and there may be a need, I don't know, there may be some need to have a meeting in between somewhere. If that happens, we'll try to give as much notice to everybody as we can. Okay, council member comments. Mr. Kuharski.
Nothing.
Mrs. Peterman.
Nothing, thank you.
Ms. Lockhart.
I do. I have a couple things, and bear with me. I know it's late. We're all tired. But I wanted to give an update on the Light Up the Night Committee and what they're doing with the tree lighting. As most of you know, or just for the record, that I sit on the committee, and I asked them to kind of give a little synopsis. So for those that don't know, the day and time for the tree lighting is going to be December 1st. The actual Festivities will be from 5:30 to 9:30-ish, and the tree lighting will be at 7 o'clock. Basically, the committee's already identified and has the site plan completed. They've got the Santa tent, the snow machines, the food trucks are booked. They've done outreach to all the merchants up and down Marion and Taylor Road to make sure that everybody is informed on when the street closures are going to be and sponsorships, etc. Fundraising sponsor levels have been identified and solicitation efforts are ongoing. Christmas program's been developed, and the MC this year is going to be Stacy from NBC2. Will be the main MC for the evening. And they also have a Facebook page. So if you just go to obviously facebook.com and then it's /PG Tree Lighting, and they're doing a lot of information there and communication for either fundraisers or what different events are going to be. And they anticipate that the event permit will be completed next week. So I wanted to give a little update about that, and I wanted to also kind of bring up something else. Every year, as the committee raises money for different expenses they have for this tree lighting, obviously they have to have road closures, police, fire expenses, etc. And I know that in the past we've had other events that the city has basically went ahead and taken on that cost for the street closures and the police that are needed. And I wanted to see if we could put that on the agenda for next week or how we could handle that. I'd like to bring that up, that we would go ahead as a city and just take care of that expense for the road closures and the police. My personal feeling is even if there wasn't a committee and even if there wasn't any other events, just having a tree lighting itself is going to draw a lot of people to our city, which would require road closures and fire and police support anyway. So regardless, I feel like the city, could take on that expense. And I do have some numbers that I can talk about next week. And then the final thing I'll kind of bring up is there's been a kind of conversation of, what is the tree lighting? Is it a city function? Is it not a city function? Technically, it is a 501c3 committee that has done all the festivities around the tree lighting. The city owns the tree, as we know. And traditionally, city council has always been the one that has done the actual tree lighting. And I think that I would like to just kind of put on the record that I would like to see if we would all have a consensus to just kind of do a consensus that it's a partnership. It's not a city event necessarily, but at the same time, it involves a lot from city and city employees. So more of just letting everybody know that it is a partnership with the committee to put on these festivities. And I think it just gives a little bit more credit. We asked them to come in this year. We're, have a liaison on the board, and that would just be something that I just kind of want to bring up on the record and see what everybody thinks. That's it.
Okay, we can talk about that. Can we put that on the agenda next week? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Mr.
Only thing
Glenn?
I would ask is that please make sure they're working with the chamber.
Okay.
That's
Yeah.
all I'd ask.
Yes, we need to make sure the chamber's fully vested in the whole thing and understands what's going on, because they were not contacted at all last year.
No.
I believe they've already had a meeting, as far as I'm aware.
Good.
So yeah. it's
Okay,
already on the-
good.
Just making sure.
Yep.
And I have nothing else.
I just have one other thing that I totally forgot about. A week or so ago, I attended the Burnt Store Road Corridor Coalition meeting, for which I am the liaison from the city. And they are working with the county to try to update a plan that was done in 2005, which was a vision plan for the whole Burnt Store Road corridor. So they're working with the county commissioners to try to get that plan updated, and we'll be bringing more information forward as those meetings go on. But I've been going to their meetings for about a year and a half, and it's a cohesive effort of all the property owners that live on that corridor, and they do have a lot of things to say. So it's kind of an important thing for them, and it's really going to be relevant to us as our corridor gets expanded, with Jones Loop Road potentially being widened to 6 lanes in the not too distant future. And we have now the CDD that is on both sides of Jones Loop. That probably will be incorporated into their future planning as well. So it's something that we'll have more involvement in going forward. So I just wanted to share that. Okay, so there's no further business. We are finally adjourned.